Prayer.
Almighty God, who in your wisdom and goodness has appointed the officers of leaders and parliaments for the welfare of society, good of all human lives upon it, and the just government of its people. We beseech you to look with your abundant favor upon us, your servants, whom you have entrusted with the performance of such important trust in this community. Let your blessings descend upon us here assembled, and grant that we may treat and consider all matters that shall come under our attention and deliberation in so just and faithful a manner as to promote your honor and glory, and to advance the peace, prosperity, and welfare of this region and of those whose interests you have committed to us. Amen.
Item number 1 on the order paper, communication from the chair.
Good morning, honorable members. Good morning. Yes, so before we proceed, let me introduce some of the visitors we have here and who have been invited by our colleague, Honorable Happiness Rugiko. These are Mr. Daniel Benjamin Zephania and Mr. Simon Pastor Marando. So we welcome you to the assembly, and we thank you, Honorable Happiness, for inviting them. You know, age is catching up with me, so at times I forget some important details about myself, including my own birthday. Until someone tells me, "Happy birthday, Daddy," I don't remember. So it is my birthday today. I was born Thank you so much. This is really a very wonderful gift. And as I told you, until someone says, "Happy birthday," Dad, at times I don't remember. So you can be sure it is many years back. But I'm still pushing, and I keep inventing new ways to look younger. Some of them, you know. So, okay, so you have to keep inventing new ways to keep going. So I thank you so much, and thank God for keeping me this long. So let us proceed.
Item number 2 on the order papers.
Chairperson, Committee on Regional Affairs and Conflict Resolution.
Right Honorable Speaker, I beg to lay the report of the Committee of Regional Affairs and Conflict Resolution on the implementation of the Nairobi Protocol for the prevention, control, and reduction of small arms and light weapons in the Great Lakes region and the Horn of Africa. I beg to lay.
Honorable Francis, help to switch off the microphone. Thank you, Honorable.
Procedure, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Dr. Makame.
Mr. Speaker, I'm standing on a point of procedure. And before I invoke the procedure, Mr. Speaker, yesterday we concluded that we are going to have an item in the order paper concerning the Republic of Sudan integration.
South Sudan.
Yeah, Republic of South Sudan. So I rectify that, Mr. Speaker. And we had required the honorable member of the council from the Republic of South Sudan to be with us here. And we just like to ascertain whether that member is with us, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
Well, as you can see, the item you are referring to is on the order paper today. So I don't want to put the cart before the horse, but I got a certain communication that the honorable member will be available in the afternoon. And that's why I put it where it is. Because he is attending another important function for the Republic of South Sudan this morning. So I agreed that I would rearrange the order paper, although ordinarily we should have started with this item because we stayed it, but I put it in the afternoon in anticipation that he will be there as he has promised. Yeah. Thank you. So we can proceed.
Item number 3 on the order paper. Motion to introduce a private member's bill.
Honorable Alex Bahati.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity. Motion is that motion for a resolution seeking leave of the Assembly to introduce the East African Community Persons with Disability Bill. It is moved under Article 49(1), 59(1), 120C of the Treaty and Rules 26 of the Rules of Procedure of the Assembly. Whereas under the Article 126,
you have to move first.
Motion.
Move. You beg to move first.
I beg to move the motion for the resolution of seeking leave of the Assembly to introduce East African Community Persons with Disability Bill. I beg to move.
Thank you. Seconders, Honorable Dr. Makame, Honorable Marie Claire, and all the members standing. Honorable Bahati, you can now either justify or proceed to introduce your motion as you may wish.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Just as it is, whereas under Article 120C of the Treaty of the Establishment of the East African Community, the partner states undertook to develop and adopt a common approach towards the disadvantaged and marginalized groups, including persons with disabilities. And whereas partner states are party of the United Nations Convention on the Rights of Persons with Disability and African Union instruments which provide for the universality of human rights and affirmative action to empower persons with disability, aware that following regional conferences on the matter affecting persons with disability in the community held in Kampala in 2010 and Nairobi in 2014, the regional stakeholders agreed that there is a need to strengthen the policy and law to address challenges facing persons with disabilities in the community and to empower them in fully participate in the community integration agenda. Recalling that a persons with the disability bill was introduced in the Assembly in 2015 and was duly passed by Assembly, recognizing that the purpose of the bill was to provide a comprehensive legal framework for the protection of the rights of persons with disability in the community and to facilitate persons with the disability to participate in programs and activities of the community. Noting that although the East African Person with Disability was returned to the Assembly in March 2017 with the comments and reservations on assent from the Republic of Kenya, Assembly was not able to reconsider the bill before the expiry of the term of the Third Assembly in June 2017. And as such, the bill lapsed. Calling that although the 18th extraordinary meeting of the Council of Ministers held in 20th October 2018 in Kampala, Uganda, directed the Secretariat to formulate a comprehensive comprehensive policy for persons with disabilities working in the EAC. This policy has not yet been adopted by the Council. Concerned that the absence of policy and law to strengthen the commitments of the partner states and the community on matters relating to adversary affecting persons with disabilities and undermines their effort to fully enjoy their universally accepted rights and to participate in the programs and activities of the community. Further aware that under the Article 59(1) of the treaty, any member may propose any motion to introduce any bill in the assembly. Recognizing that Rule 64, Sub-Rule 5 on the rules of procedure of the assembly requires that private members' bill shall be introduced first by the way of motion, to which shall be attached the proposed draft of the bill. Now, therefore, be it resolved by the assembly as follows: that in accordance with Article 49(1) of the treaty and Rule 64, Sub-Rule 5 of the rules of procedure of the assembly grants leave to Honorable Alex Bati to introduce a bill entitled East African Community Persons with Disability Bill to provide a legal framework for the protection of the rights of persons with disabilities in the community. I beg to move.
Thank you very much, Honorable Bahati. Honorable members, the motion before the House. Honorable Bahati, after you have presented your motion, do you want to make any additional explanation about it, or we just proceed with the debate?
Some justification, Mr. Speaker.
Okay, then you can proceed.
Mr. Speaker, general persons with disabilities are virtue of their impairment and negative social attitude which arise from fear, ignorance, supervision, neglect, or lack of awareness. As a result, Mr. Speaker, people with disabilities are inadequate access of services, information, resource, as well as limited participation in the social economic development process. Consequently, the majority on their families and communities for survival. Nevertheless, persons with disabilities are often overall priority in society. The employment opportunity, which even result in secondary disabilities and sometimes early deaths. Consequently, discrimination and neglect towards persons with disabilities, self-esteem and confidence to the extent that they cannot voice their needs. Mr. Speaker, as we have seen through the motion, there are very many international instruments that has been there for a long time, right from starting with the United Nations, Africa Union, and the EAC as well. Under the Treaty 120C, talks a lot about that, and Article 102(1), and also Article 39 of the Common Market Protocol, signed in 2009, provides the support for the harmonization of social policies in partner states in promoting and protecting the rights of marginalized and vulnerable groups. In this case, meaning persons with disability. Honorable Speaker, the East African community and Eala developed a policy. And it had some of its objectives. The objectives were to support and protect the rights of persons with disabilities. And there has been some conferences that took place in the various durations. And the first conference was held in Kampala, Uganda, from 19th to 20th February 2010, whose theme was towards a policy and law to address challenges facing persons with disabilities in the AC region. And the second one took place in Nairobi, Kenya. That was from 19th to 20th June 2014. Here the name of the theme was Empowerment, the Disability Concern of the EAC Region Integration Agenda. Mr. Speaker, addition to that, there was also a council meeting which was held which was 18th extraordinary meeting, which was held in Kampala on 20th October 2008, which was discussing about the policy. of persons working in the East African community. Mr. Speaker, this is why they even discussed the issue of remunerating, supporting persons with disabilities. The honorable members, that they should be considered and give support by employing persons with ADs, the persons with disabilities. Up to now, Mr. Speaker, the council directed that there should be ESC secretariat should draft a policy, and they should consider the remuneration of an AD. By then, that was the third year, second year actually, and the AD was remunerations were considered, and in addition to that, the council directed the secretariat that such smaller issues should be handled administratively, but they could go on and formulate a policy that will work and help persons with disabilities, be it members, be it any other person working in any institution and organization and an organ of the ESC community. Mr. Speaker, up to now, the Forward Assembly, the AD of persons with disabilities have not been, have never met their remuneration since the beginning of the Assembly. And for that, that's the reason why I move of this motion and try to justify of how some legal aspects should be put into consideration. Mr. Speaker, at the second ESC Persons with Disability Conference, the partner states agreed to ensure disability concerns are mainstreamed in law and policies at both regional and national levels. That's where that's where they came. They formed the ESC Persons with Disability Bill in 2015, and the bill was returned to Eala in March 2017 with the comments from some reservation on assent from the Republic of Kenya, and the Assembly was not able to reconsider the bill before the expiry of the term of the third Assembly in June 2017. And such a bill lapsed. It is as such that the bill lapsed, Mr. Speaker. It is,
Well,
it is in this respect, Mr. Speaker.
I think you have done sufficient justification.
Yeah. And it is in this respect, Mr. Speaker, that I request this August House to grant me a leave such that I can go and try to make a comprehensive regional legal bill that will be able to coordinate all the efforts that has been on the ground. I submit, Mr. Speaker.
Yes. Is your microphone still on? Okay. So, honorable members, I want to propose the motion that this assembly, pursuant to the provisions of Article 59, Sub-Article 1 of the treaty, and Rule 64, Sub-Rule 5 of the Rules of Procedure of the Assembly, do grant leave to Honorable Alex Bahati to introduce a private member's bill entitled the East African Community Persons with Disabilities Bill 2022. Debate is open. And before we proceed, just a minute, I want to introduce another group of visitors that we just received. That is a group of 40 students from Peace Hope High School, which is in Arusha. And the students are accompanied by their academic master and the teachers, Mr. William Shirima, Joseph Pasalao, Suvati Njake, and Barnabas Bennett. We thank you for coming, and I think they have been invited by Honorable Pamela. We'll keep inviting students to come in. Grace our proceedings. So we thank you. Can you stand for recognition, students and teachers? Yes. So we welcome you and we thank you for your presence. Now you can pick the list of members who wanted to contribute to the motion. Dr. Makame, Honorable Dr. Ito, Honorable Gideon, Honorable Guijema. Then I will pick Honorable Anjiku. I will pick another list. I will pick another list. I went first for those who accept Makame. I don't know why, but I wanted to pick those who haven't spoken from the beginning.
Procedure.
But I will go for another list. Ah, yes, you were the second, so you should come first. Yes.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, and allow me to thank Honorable Bahati most sincerely for coming out strongly with this motion and with the bill that we intend to have. And it is my hope that this bill will see the light of the day before this Eala 4 term ends. First, I wish to support this motion and say that I am an advocate of persons with disability currently and even before. And I want to say that matters of disability are not embraced by many for reasons that disability is a small section of life, or the number or the society is small, they are minority. So most of the time you find the society is busy engaged with other issues and people have no time for persons with disability. Unlike other countries which are developed like the West, where persons with disability are treated with high regard and policies are well implemented. Every day they are even reviewed to meet the demand, because this society also contributes to the nations. Honorable Speaker, there are 2-3 things I wish to mention. That the education system in Africa as a region and in East Africa, and particularly in East Africa, because that is our region, is not, it is wanting actually. The persons with disabilities suffer a lot. The parents with the children with disabilities suffer a lot, because there is no defined policy in education system. There are other types of disability which are not physical. You cannot see them, and majority of the society and even governments at times they only look at this physical disability, like the blind, like the physically disabled. But we have several conditions, particularly neurodevelopmental conditions. These are autism, these are dyslexia, and these are children who cannot even learn, they cannot read, they cannot write. And these are policies that we need to look at when we are dealing comprehensively with this bill. So the education system, I know the bill will be capturing that, and I ask members that we look at education system such that since everyone has a right to education today, it shouldn't be limited to only persons who have physical disability. It should be open to all. The other issue is sensitization. You find most of the time parents with their children with disability, they hide the children because there is no sensitization. They feel shy. You know our culture, the African culture, sometimes the families may feel like it is a bad omen to have this child. I'm a parent of a child with disability, particularly dyslexia, and I am not afraid to move around with this child. Honorable Speaker, my daughter is your good friend, and you know she even calls you Honorable Speaker, she knows. So if parents can have this sensitization, they can move around exposing these children, and you will realize that these children could have even better talent than some of us, where they do extremely well in the area where the government and policies can support them. Finally, I want to say that the policies could be there. The commissions, for example, in Kenya is there for persons with disability, but they do not do it. So I feel it is us, the non-disabled persons in the society, who should empower this commission, because you find a commission in Kenya with maybe 6 or 10 commissioners expected to deal with the deaf society, which is 1 million people, expected to deal with the blind people, which could be 1 million or so, expected to deal with all these other disabilities. So it is not enough even to have a commission. Possibly it should be a full ministry, because if the government is giving animals a ministry, but it is not giving persons with disability a ministry. I think it is wanting. The government is giving environment a ministry, a minister to be in charge of environment, climate, trees. Though they are important, but persons with disability are living beings who should be acknowledged, and their matters should be handled with the great concern so that the society can move together. Honorable Speaker, today we are well, but I have learned in my last parliament where I served in Kenya 11th Parliament that anyone is a potential disabled. You can be you can fall to disabled people anytime. In Kenya, we established an organization called KEDIPA, Kenya Disability Parliamentarian Association. It had very few people, less than 5, myself and maybe 2-3 more members. But you realize many members have children with disability, relatives and such, but they are shy to come on board. And by the time we were finishing the term, one of our members had an accident and she became completely disabled. She moves with the wheelchair. And this means that anyone is a potential disability candidate. So we need to look at this subject very seriously. We need to encourage the government, the policy makers, but more so the implementers. I would not have been happy to leave this assembly without making any law of disability, but I will encourage Honorable Bahati that these laws are not very popular. I amended Persons with Disability Act of 2013 in Kenya, where I amended the law to accommodate the Deaf Society to be able to watch news and get informed on national events. That is why today you see all TVs in Kenya, they anchor news also with sign language. But you realize the person behind this amendment is not known. Not even the TV stations are aware, yet they host me for many other avenues. Could I have amended the law like my dress, my choice? I would have been very popular. But you find such a law which is so critical, which is enabling Deaf Society, 1 million+ Kenyans, to get aware of news and what is happening in the country. It is not publicized. So as members, let us also campaign for the disability group of people in all ways, in matters of policy, and even encouraging the government to hold their hands so that they can be strong and we can be strong together as a society. Thank you. I beg to support and second.
Thank you very much, Honorable Wanjiku. Dr. Makame.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for giving me an opportunity to add my voice on this important, very important motion moved by Honorable Bahati and seconded by my sister, Honorable Wanjiku Muhia. Mr. Speaker, from the outset, I'd like to say that this motion comes very late in this House, because I was expecting it, maybe from the way I saw it, I thought maybe Honorable Bahati would have considered to move it way back in 2018 while we were in Kampala, because it's critical, it's wanting, and it's really an issue that we should have focused on. We have so many people with disabilities in this community, so many. And as my sister Wanjiku said, and I would like also to emphasize on that, that all of us here, first of all, we didn't ask our creator to create it the way we are here. We have full limbs functioning. We are okay. We should be very thankful for that. But those people with disabilities, also, they did not ask their creator to create them that way. It just happened. So we should be recognizing the fact that we have an obligation to support them, to facilitate them, and to enable them to operate in all ways and all spheres of life, in work, in studies, in sports, all over. So, Mr. Speaker, the other thing is that we all are potential disabled people, because Honorable Wanjiku just said, a member in the Republic of Kenya got an accident and became disabled. But there are so many people who develop disabilities in the course of life. In Kiswahili, we have a saying which says, hujafa, hujaumbika. So we should be very, we should give it special consideration, this motion. And actually, Mr. Speaker, I would appeal to your office that after I'm quite sure that we're going to, support our brother, but we should expedite the process. We should expedite the process so that we have a disability law of this community. And why I'm saying that again, Mr. Speaker, your chair, while you are seated there, Mr. Speaker, you mentioned about disability policy. Not once, not twice. You've called to the council that we have some members in this house who are having disabilities and they have their aids. And in the previous assembly, there used to be a sort of consideration for the people who are aiding these members. But for this assembly, unfortunately, our time is ticking because we are clocking out in December. Our 5 years are almost coming to an end. But our colleagues who had been here have not been given that support by the council. The council said they're going to consider it. They're going to consider it, but nothing has come. Actually, it's very sad that after serving more than 50% of our tenure, we lost one member, the late Honorable Matthias Kasamba, who was suffering from disability, and his dues are still being considered by the council. Mr. Speaker, this is a very serious matter, and I would like to really urge that we treat it with the seriousness it deserves. Mr. Speaker, I would like to talk much. I think my voice has been heard very clearly, and I beg to move. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Honorable Dr. Ito. Anne?
Well, thank you very much, Honorable Speaker, for the opportunity to contribute to this very important motion. And I would like to thank Honorable Bahati for raising this motion, which we all believe is long overdue. Right, Honorable Speaker, I think I stood up to support this motion, maybe on more personal issue, because I come from a family where there are 3 members who are physically disabled, visually disabled, and mentally disabled. And what I have actually learned from that experience is that these are people who are very courageous, strong, smart, and innovative. I know of a woman farmer who is able to weed her crops like groundnut, millet, beans. And she's able to differentiate just by touch the difference between weed and crop. Now with that, if we don't act, it is actually we are actually reducing the ability of such smart people to contribute to the society. And it will be shameful on us. The second thing is that if me alone has 3 members of my family living with disability, you can imagine how many more people with disabilities are there in our community. There are many, but they are shunned. And people who live with them even do not know how to handle them because there is not enough awareness to support them so that they can support the people with disabilities. There is not enough knowledge about them. There is not enough care about them. Their rights are being violated. And I think that is very, very wrong for a community such as East African community, which boasts of people-centered integration, people-centered development. And when we talk about people-centered development, we need to consider everybody. And everybody means, and it includes all those who are living with disabilities. In a way, we have failed them. We have failed them because we have failed to put in place plans and policies of accessibility. Just look at this building, it's very beautiful. But when a person with disability tries to access this building, they can't. Because there is no simple ramp to allow wheelchairs to come into this building is not there. And this is only just one building, and it's just the parliament. If you go around our institution, you'll find that people who are visually impaired cannot find their way around. People who have got hearing disability cannot cannot communicate. And you just mentioned a few. We really need to change, and we should change the legal environment, the legal framework, the policy framework that exists in the EAC. I just want to conclude by also sharing my example of 4 years in this place. We have 3 members, late Honorable Kasamba. I even shared a hotel with him. And after going from a sitting like this, there is a pile of papers that he doesn't know where to put. He has an aide. We have Honorable Bahati. If you see him also trying to access the offices, you'd see what I mean. And we have Muzei Oburu. All these people have tried to help themselves by getting themselves aid. But these people have been working for free. And just imagine if these aid are not there, how would these people's representatives do their job in this house? So really, based on the examples we have in this house, and knowing that this is not an exception, I really believe we should support this bill, fast track it, and get it moving in order to create an environment that is right-based, that people who are very intelligent, capable, can also contribute into the development of this community. Right, Honorable Speaker, I support the motion and I beg to stop here. Thank you.
All right. Thank you so much, Honorable Dr. Ito. Sorry. Honorable Gideon.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I stand to support this motion by our brother, Honorable Alex Bahati. I have a few points to contribute to this good motion. Right Honorable Speaker, since I heard about this motion, I became very much motivated to be a contributor to this process of this bill and it's being a motion as well. I stand in support of this motion. Right Honorable Speaker, in our region, as mentioned by Honorable Alex Bahati, we really need a comprehensive framework to address the issues concerning the protection of the rights of the persons with disability. I witnessed a situation in Kenya when I was doing my master's degree, where I was in an institution that had no provisions for people with disabilities. And one of the students who was in class with me campaigned for that changes to be made. The school had to redesign entry points to the university so that people with disabilities could be accommodated. See that challenge. Here in the EAC, Right Honorable Speaker, EAC headquarters is the best example of a structure that has been designed without considering the importance of persons with disability. You check on the lift, you check on the entrance to the offices, entrance to any main building. and all the institutions of EAC. I don't think we have enough provisions to take care of the persons with disabilities. I think we should start with that to redesign what we have as a facility in EAC. Number two, Right Honorable Speaker, it is not only in the universities, it is not only in the EAC institutions, it is not only in the headquarters. It applies to across EAC to public places, including movie theaters, including hospitals, including everywhere else. That's why it is very important to have this bill that will address all issues across the board. Right Honorable Speaker, we have been here for almost 4.5 years now, and we have had our three members have, as mentioned by my colleagues who spoke before me, that we as a community is failing to be able to support the members of parliament with disabilities by supporting their aides. Right Honorable Speaker, this is a real test to our resolve of promoting the right of persons with disability in the region. We have to stand up for it and be able to support this bill so that this is taken care of. Right Honorable Speaker, I stand to support this bill, but not only to emphasize what I've said, it also goes back to our cultures as people in the East African community. We have diversities. There are communities that do not take care properly of the persons with disabilities, but there are communities which at some point are able to do the best care that they can give to the persons with disabilities. All this now has we become a region that is having one spirit to improve the life of the persons with disabilities in the region. We need to harmonize that by having a law, a framework that can be able to address everything across board. With these few remarks, Right Honorable Speaker, I stand to support the bill and I submit. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Honorable Gideon. Honorable Dr. Wijema.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker, for giving me the floor to support this important motion. The very important motion, and I want to thank my colleague and the friend, Honorable Bahati, to bring this motion. But considering that Mheshimiwa Bahati is disabled, and he brings himself the motion, I feel something in my heart. I say, if he was not here, where would he have brought this motion? He has to speak for himself and for people with disability, which means we people, we are not considering human beings of our citizens within the region. Mheshimiwa Bahati, thank you very much. Honorable Speaker, this problem of people with disability, we are now in year 4. We've been year 1, year 2, year 3, now year 4. It's really late. I'm encouraged because we have the provision in the treaty talking about people with disabilities. And this matter, it is a concern of all partner states, not only for 1 or 2 partner states. And it is an opportunity for me, Honorable Speaker, to say that nowadays this matter, you found it as a concern in every forum, in every conference, in every assembly, in every meeting. We are considering the people with disability. Honorable Speaker, now we are about to end our terms of Eala. And I want to send a message to the Chair Council, Honorable Kadaga. In Eala 5, I think all partner states can consider that we can have the representativity and representation of people with disability, not only for Rwanda, not only for Uganda, but all partner states. And it is an opportunity now for me, not only because I am Rwandan, but to thank the government of Rwanda for considering that people with disability are represented in every term of Eala election. And we do the same for women caucus and for youth. And I think as our community, Honorable Speaker, it is a community of people centered, and we have to consider it. By the way, I think that people with disability can fit in every position. The only difference is the policy of the organization of the system in education. If the education in every partner state is considering and giving importance to the matter of people with disability, they can fit in every position. And they can fit in every kind of education. Honorable Speaker, I thank really very much my colleague Honorable Bahati for bringing this important motion. And again, I insist for the Chair Council to consider that really for the next election, they consider people with disability. Thank you.
Thank you, honorable members. Deliberately allowing more members to speak about this so that we can make a strong case for the bill, given the history that we have ever considered it and it did integrate through. But remember that we are just at a stage of considering to grant leave. So you don't need to really debate in detail, because when he formally introduces the bill, that's the time to go into those details. So let us try to be brief and proceed with the other matters on this one. So Honorable Rosie, Honorable Tazana, Honorable Oda, Honorable Mnya, Honorable Fatuma, Honorable Thomas.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker, for this opportunity to contribute to this very important motion, where Honorable Bahati is seeking leave of Parliament to introduce a private member's bill in order to support the challenges people with disabilities have in this community. Right Honorable Speaker, on the onset, I wouldn't want to call this category of our colleagues people with disabilities. They are only physically challenged. And we all know there's nothing that Honorable Bahati cannot do that we do. We remember the late Honorable Kasamba when he was here. He was the things he would do, you would wonder whether he's really physically challenged as it were, as he was. So, Honorable Speaker, I just want to request for 2 immediate actions. That we are in the budget process, Right Honorable Speaker. Access to this building and even to this assembly by Honorable Bahati is a challenge, and for any other person who is actually physically challenged the way he is. So I would like to request that Council allows in this budget process that we put a budget in order to reorganize the access to all our buildings in the East African community, in all our institutions. All institutions of the East African community, let Council provide a budget to provide reasonable access to our colleagues who are physically challenged. Second, the Right Honorable Speaker, that as we close this financial year, I know there's a supplementary in place, but as you informed this assembly the other time, let us pay these ADs who have been helping our colleagues who are physically challenged immediately. It may be through a supplementary. If it doesn't come this financial year, then it is we, the assembly, to make sure we find ways, as you told us the other time. In the third Eala, Honorable Ndahiro's AD was paid a salary. So where did the problem come from? That the ADs for our colleagues this time are not paid. So I think there's an anomaly that has to be immediately corrected. And this is one of them, for sure, that let's pay them, then two, provide the accesses for them as we wait for the bill that Honorable Bahati is going to present. I thank you.
Information, Mr. Speaker.
Well, she's no longer on the floor, but
I
we can
mean,
hear. We can hear. from you.
Supplementary.
Sure,
information. Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I just wanted to add to what Honorable Cole has just said about accessing the buildings and saying that it's not only accessing the buildings, but all facilities, including places like toilets. There should be a provision in the toilets, places of convenience, where people with disabilities can easily access the facility, even in hotels, by the way. So if we have this law, we should start with ourselves. Make sure that all our facilities are easily accessible by wheelchairs, but also we have facilities that take into consideration the needs of people with disabilities. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you so much for that information, Honorable Mary. Honorable Kazan.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker, for this opportunity. I would like to start by thanking the Honorable Bahati for this timely motion, which is seeking leave for introducing this important bill. Right Honorable Speaker, we all know that disability is not inability. And when our colleagues living with a disability are well supported, they do their work as any normal person, as we do. And I'm saying well supported because institutions and all people around them, they need to help. They need to know and to be conscient on what they need so that they can perform well what they have to do. I remember one day when we were in one of the partner states with the Honorable Bahati, exercising our duty. And the coffee break was set in a venue where there was only stairs to be able to access. And the Honorable Bahati was not able to access there because there was no lift, no any other option for him to go there. And you could imagine what we felt, how we felt for us to see him not able to go there. And everyone among the members here in that group was struggling to see how can help him to get or to be served as we have been served by those people receiving us. So it is not the access, as the Honorable Mary is saying, but is all facilities they need so that they can perform appropriately their work. Right Honorable Speaker, this bill is the one tool which we can use for them to be facilitated in all those ways. And I support this bill so that we can help and resolve those all issues they are counting when exercising their work. I support that.
Thank you very much, Honorable Kazan. Honorable Order.
Thank you so much, Right Honorable Speaker, for giving me the floor. Let me also take this opportunity to thank so much, Honorable Bahati for introducing this motion, and also want to recall that our brother, Honorable Ndahiro Eala, also did a lot of work to make sure that this issue is introduced in the assembly, though unfortunately it was not able to pass in Eala due to some amendments provided by Republic of Kenya. And I'm happy today that my sister, Honorable Wanjiku, who clearly again reminded all of us on this issue that we also find it in our families, and especially when mothers have these children who are facing this problem, it is very, very difficult. It's not something which you can explain because it goes beyond emotions, it goes beyond some physical challenges. I really understand how our sister is feeling, and it is not only her, it is almost everyone. When you ask the challenges on this particular issue, you'll find that I don't think there is any family where you cannot find this problem. Right Honorable Speaker, you remember very well in the last part of Eala when I joined this assembly, in a few days, I was already in this category. I came here in most of the sessions on wheelchair. It is not something easy. When you talk about facilities here, I can testify how difficult it is, but I want to thank my colleagues who really at that time helped me to go through. And when I went back also home during the second elections, I remember my colleagues pushing me to go in front of the National Assembly when we were doing, we were trying to look for the votes from our assembly. So this is something which can happen to anyone, and it is already in our society. And it is late, as my other colleagues said, we could be having this bill because we have it also in our member states. I think all member states have these policies and strategies and the legal frameworks to facilitate. Why not at the regional level? So I think this is, we don't want to say it is the right time. It's almost supposed to be done some years ago. But all in all, we thank that we have it now, and I support that we continue to advocate and support our colleagues. Secondly, Right Honorable Speaker, I also want to talk about, I was trying to, when I was reading this, I was looking at my speaker and imagining if we have a disabled speaker. See where he passes to go to the chair. See the time he takes to sit to the chair. We pray that our speaker has been healthy, and we pray for him to continue to be healthy. But you can imagine even sitting 24 hours on this chair when we deliberate our issues. You know, you can develop even other problems on the health perspective. But what I wanted to say here is on the issue of facilities for our members or colleagues in the assembly, but also in the community at large. Right Honorable Speaker, as you said, we'll have enough time to deliberate on this when the bill comes back. But I wanted to also advise my brother that we need to look into some of very, very important issues, not to be left aside when you are doing your research. Issues of socioeconomic empowerment to our disabled. My colleague Honorable Rose, Wanjiku talked about education, issues of health, issues of even poverty reduction in our communities for disabled people. Because you find most of our programs in member states, though we try hard to make sure that they are included, but sometimes issues of employment, for example, you find there are some discrimination in some parts of this region whereby disabled people cannot easily get employed because of the situation they are in. Also want to advise that you look very much into the issues of stigmatization. Stigma is a very, very challenging issue to the families, but also to the disabled people. We say we don't do it, but we do it. Sometimes we do it unknowingly, even if we are doing it. So there are those which are done purposely, but there are those which we do, we don't know that we are doing. So it's very, very important. And lastly, Right Honorable Speaker, the issue of sports. I wanted to propose that this time, if we get budget, Right Honorable Speaker, let us advocate for special program. And I want to thank you, Right Honorable Speaker, that last games we started. We started with your leadership to introduce the importance of having sports in our games, in our national parliament games. I'm happy to see that we are seated with Right Honorable Kadaga. I know very well how in Uganda they have been pushing into this participation of disabled people, especially in the parliament. I saw many when we have these games. So I think this is very, very important and can be done. Lastly, the thing which something very important mentioned by my colleagues, I'm very much sure that honorable ministers this time will put this to an end. We need to pay the aid to our disabled people. It is not, it is a right. It is not something we are doing them for a favor. It is their right. We need to do it for once and for all. I've been the commission. We have been demanding on this. We are told the policy, but I know the Council of Ministers can even put guidelines while the policy is in place to be implemented, to be put in place. So, Right Honorable Speaker, thank you so much for the opportunity, and I support this motion, and will be continue to work with the mover and a seconder to make sure that we come up with a concrete and very enriched bill in this House. Thank you so much, Right Honorable Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Order. Honorable Engineer. Yeah.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the motion before us is to grant leave to Honorable Bahati to introduce this private bill. If you see the nature of the bill, who would deny? This is a very important bill, which is has got all heavy points whereby we should do it once without wasting time. The only thing which I would like to do is to give recommendation to Honorable Bahati that before he introduces this bill, when we grant this leave, please, Honorable Bahati, try to collect, because in all our partner states, there is act like this, or there are acts like this. So the only thing to do in order that your job will be smooth is to find all acts of disability acts from all our partner states. You correlate what is inside there in order that it will be easy to be assented. That's the only thing to be done in a short time. Mr. Speaker, let us leave. We should not waste time. And if he will do that, this thing will, this bill, it will sail easily. I thank you.
Thank you, Honorable. Yeah, let's just finish with the two members remaining, then we conclude this. Honorable Fatuma Ibrahim.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I can assure you I'll be very brief. Honorable Speaker, first and foremost, I want to appreciate Honorable Bahati and bringing this motion to start again a fresh bill, a fresh motion on the bill. Honorable Speaker, we all agree that the rights of persons living with disability is an international law. And when I looked at the record, all our partner states except South Sudan has not signed. Burundi has signed it in 2014, Kenya 2008, Rwanda 2208, United Republic of Tanzania 209, and Uganda 2008, which means we are obligated internationally to the aspirations and values of that convention. So, and I think Honorable Bahati is on the right path. Honorable Speaker, I want to be brief, but I want to plead with the council members. Because if you look at this motion, the last page, where it says the 18th extraordinary meeting of the Council of Ministers held on 22nd October 2008 in Kampala, Uganda directed the Secretariat to formulate a comprehensive policy with the disability working at the EAC. This policy has not yet been adopted. It's a very sad situation on the post. A policy which should have guided the East Africa community is not yet adopted. And I wonder why this happened. Because a policy is an internal document. And the Secretariat should have worked on implementing the part of the treaty. So I feel it's so sad. And I'm worried, Honorable Speaker, if a low level policy is unable to pass, I'm worried about the bill again. So council member who appreciates the role of Parliament and has been a champion of parliamentary work, we want to appeal to you on behalf of the council members to ensure that the bill goes through and also the policy is quickly fast-tracked. Because we all know in our countries, in our homes, in our areas. Recently, Honorable Speaker, there are sad situation I encountered at the door where a person who could not access even entering our building here. We had to carry that person and help to climb the stairs. It was really sad. I think council members should instruct the Secretary General to have all our buildings to have access for persons living with a disability, because it's some situations are very ugly and is dehumanizing the individual, because you can't carry a very old man to a stairs. You need a whole group of people to do that. Honorable Chair, Speaker, I want to encourage Honorable Bahati to fast track the preparation of the bill so that we finalize it. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Fatuma. Honorable Thomas, then I will ask the Council Chair to make some response.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker, for giving me this opportunity to contribute into this important motion. First of all, I would want also to add my voice in congratulating my colleague, Honorable Bahati, for bringing this motion to this August House. I'm going to be brief because so many things have been said by my colleague. They really elaborate. But what I would want also to stress on, and although it was mentioned, is also to ask the Honorable Chair Council, who is sitting with us now, to support in developing policies, because I've heard already Council have done something about this need, which is very important because disabled people are part of our society. And I also would want to share with you, my family also faced with this problem of disability. I have a daughter who was actually born year 2005. She could not handle herself up to today. So you could see how, as a family, in handling somebody who cannot able to handle herself. So disability or disabled people are part of our society. And they need to be addressed. And we need to have a legal framework in addressing their needs. I'm also would want to support this motion and would want to encourage the mover to enrich the bill before it is tabled again and brought back to this house. So I'm here to I rise to support the bill. And thank you, Right Honorable Speaker.
Thank you very much, Honorable Thomas. Right Honorable Minister, if you have a comment to make.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker and honorable members. I'm actually surprised that this has come as a private members bill because all the partner states are part of the Convention on the Rights of People with Disabilities as far back as 2007, all of them. So I'm even surprised that the council asked for a policy which hasn't happened in 2000. It's more than over 10 years ago. Policy has not come. And I took a quick look at the rules. I was asking myself, why doesn't the council take over this matter and move the bill? Because I saw that it came in 2017 and lapsed. And now the Honorable Bahati has to start again. But I didn't see any provision in the rules for the council to take it over. But what I can commit that I will, at our next meeting, bring this up really urgently because we are already committed internationally. So we cannot run away from our obligations. It's our obligation actually, as partner states, to ensure that all the institutions in our countries and in the community are sensitive to the issue of disability. That's my commitment, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Deputy Prime Minister. Now, Honorable Bahati, given the debate and the way it went, I expect you to be brief in your response.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And all the members that have contributed. Mr. Speaker, this issue of persons with disability has been around for a long time and has been mentioned by the council member. All these instruments, legal instruments, be it global, regional, and nationally, we are part of it. And most people seem to undermine because the persons with disabilities seem to be very few. And even though very many people feel so compassionate about that, very many policies have been put in place, but the implementation is not there. It's nowhere to be seen. And the persons with disabilities continue to be betrayed.
You don't need to re-debate this.
Well,
I just wanted you to sum up and then we proceed to the next step.
So with that, Mr. Speaker, I, as very many, as honorable members have deliberated on this, there is nothing much apart from working together and see how this we can expedite this bill such that by the end of this 10 year, it has to see, it can see the right of assent. So with no further ado, let me appreciate those who have contributed. Honorable Wanjiko, seconder. Honorable Makame, Honorable Dr. Ann, Honorable Gideon, Honorable Dr. Wijema, Honorable Rose, Honorable Mary, Honorable Francine, Honorable Oda, Honorable Engineer Munya, Honorable Fatima Ibrahim, Honorable Thomas, Right Honorable Kadaga, And all other members who never got time to contribute, and I knew that you had a lot to contribute and support this bill. Thank you very much, Mr. President.
Thank you, Honorable Bahati. Honorable members, I now put the question that this assembly, pursuant to the provisions of Article 59, sub-Article 1 of the treaty, and Rule 64, sub-Rule 5 of the Rules of Procedure of the Assembly, do grant leave to Honorable Alex Bahati to introduce a private member's bill entitled the East African Community Persons with Disabilities Bill 2022. Those in favor say aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it. So I also wanted to thank you, the mover and the seconder, and members for supporting this. As you can see, there was an attempt in the third era. We couldn't succeed, but I'm happy that we are back here to discuss this matter because it is as relevant today as it was before. Now, Honorable Bahati, you have been advised because although the previous bill didn't end up into being a law because of the comment that one partner state made, I hope you will consider that comment in your bill so that it doesn't face the same fate. Take advantage of the fact that all partner states, as the Right Honorable told us, are party to international instruments on this subject. So make sure you have the bill that is a reflection of the situation in the partner states to remove any reason why any partner state wouldn't support it. I agree with you, honorable members, Honorable Rose, and all of you, Honorable Mary. Let's start now, at least have a budget to make this building and the other institutions where we work from across the region accessible. Yes, that's not asking too much. Yes, a small budget to change some architectural plans. We don't work from high rises. We just need to change a few things so that we can make steps, a few steps when we are walking into our building accessible. Things that are really very simple. And if council will not be able to provide for that in this budget, then tell us how else people with disabilities will access our building between now and when you have the budget for that. Yes. What if one day we find someone picketing there or demonstrating until we are able to make it possible for them to enter this building? Because they pay taxes, they are just like us. So they say a reflection of civility of any society is how they treat the vulnerables among them. Yes. So if really we cannot take care of small things like that, because either we haven't paid the attention but this is something that we are struggling with for. I am sure the budget we are talking about isn't even bigger than the budget we need for our tea. So it's a matter of prioritization. So we hope, because we are in the budgeting process, we will have the budget to make this building successful in this financial year. That's not asking too much. We proceed with the next item. I think there is also, as we debate and as you draft, I think there is a conventional phraseology on how we refer to this category. I think it is persons with disabilities. That's legal. So if you describe it differently, that's not how it should be. It is persons with disabilities, living with the disabilities, persons living with the disabilities, not disabled, no. Persons living with a disability. Yeah. Okay. The issue of payment to these aides who have been helping the colleagues, it has to be resolved. It has to be resolved. it has to be resolved. Honorable Dr. Ndahiro had an aide who was being remunerated properly, and there was no police even there. And so the difference they tell us is because council, I think, had a contract with that person. But whatever we did to appoint these aides, we did within the law and within the competence of the organs that took decisions, and for good reasons and justifiable, and that is reasons that are verifiable. You can verify why Honorable Bahati needs an aid. So even if there was any procedural issue that people may want to invoke, let's cure it. Assuming there is any irregularity, it's a curable irregularity. It's not nothing that really can, but I don't even think there was any irregularity about it. So let's also get this done. We have 3 for Honorable Bahati, for Honorable Lady Kasamba, and this is for Dr. Uburu. Who else? Okay. We have 4. Thank you very much. So let's proceed.
Item number 4 on the order paper. Report of the Committee on Regional Affairs and Conflict Resolution on the implementation of the Nairobi Protocol for the prevention, control, and reduction of small arms and light weapons in the Great Lakes and in the Horn of Africa by way of motion.
Honorable Chair, Committee on Regional Affairs and Conflict Resolution.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I beg to move a motion that the report of the Committee on Regional Affairs and Conflict Resolution on the implementation of the Nairobi Protocol for the prevention, control, and reduction of small arms and light weapons in the Great Lakes region and the Horn of Africa be presented. I beg to move.
Seconders. Honorable Wijema, Honorable Victor Buripuchie, Honorable Rosie, Honorable Thomas, Honorable Gideon. Honorable Chair, can you proceed?
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Honorable members, we can move to page 5, where we have introduction. 1.0 introduction. The proliferation and stockpiling of illicit weapons continue to threaten peace and security, increasing the fear of civilians. The misuse, illicit transfer, and destabilizing accumulation of small arms and light weapons and the ammunition remain a defining factor in undermining peace and security at the national, regional, and global levels, and have deeply aggravated the situation of vulnerable populations already experiencing conflicts in the EAC. The East African Legislative Assembly discharges legislative, oversight, and representation functions on all matters within the scope of cooperation under the EAC as per the provisions of Article 49 of the Treaty for the establishment of the EAC. Eala undertakes its oversight role on EAC projects and programs through meetings, studies, workshops, tours, and on sport assessment activities. Rule 81 of the Rules of Procedure of the Assembly outlines the functions of the standing committees. However, the main function of the Committee on Regional Affairs and Conflict Resolution, as stipulated in Annex 5E, and include to review legislation and oversee Chapter 17 of the treaty for the establishment of the EAC with regard to the implementation of regional programs on movement of persons, labor, services, and right of establishment. Article 124 of the treaty recognizes that peace and security are prerequisites for social and economic development. Stability cannot be attained until people are safe, trust each other, their governments to guarantee their protection, and accord them a safe and secure environment to live, settle, trade, and travel freely. This factor is further amplified by the vision of EAC, which envisages a prosperous, competitive, secure, stable, and politically united EAC. The objectives further necessitate the community to ensure regional stability if integration is to deepen and widen. 2.0 background. The rapid increase in illicit small arms and light weapons presents a direct threat to the development of the EAC region and the African continent as a whole. The easy availability and movability of small arms and light weapons continue to escalate armed conflicts, transboundary crimes, sustained poaching and cattle rustling, albeit with terrorism and other serious crimes in the EAC region. Although the small arms and light weapons is a global issue, East African citizens continue to suffer from arms that are in the wrong hands. The Great Lakes region and the Horn of Africa are recognized to be parts of the world severely affected by these weapons. To this end, international, regional, and national instruments have been enacted to hold the escalation of proliferation of small arms and light weapons and monitor their transfer and use. At the regional level, the Ministries of Foreign Affairs of Republic of Burundi, Democratic Republic of Congo, Djibouti, Eritrea, Ethiopia, Kenya, Rwanda, Sudan, Tanzania, and Uganda signed the Nairobi Declaration in March 2000 and the protocol in April 2004 on the problem of proliferation of illicit small arms and light weapons in the Great Lakes region and the Horn of Africa, cognizant of the problems caused by small arms and light weapons that escalate conflicts and undermine human and state security. It is against this background that the Committee on Regional Affairs and Conflict Resolution conducted an oversight activity to assess the implementation of the Nairobi Protocol for the prevention, control, and reduction of small arms and light weapons in the Great Lakes region and the Horn of Africa from 27 to 30 September 2021 in the 6 EAC partner states. 3.0 objectives of the oversight activity. The objectives of the activity were to assess the impact of small arms and light weapons on the security in EAC, evaluate the extent to which the Nairobi Protocol on small arms and light weapons has been implemented, assess the challenges faced while implementing the Nairobi Protocol and how they've been addressed, make recommendations to the Council of Ministers on measures to be undertaken to effectively address the challenges of small arms and light weapons in order to ensure lasting peace and stability in the EAC region. 4.0 methodology. The committee was divided into 6 teams with committee members from each partner state. undertaking the activity in their respective partner states. They were later joined by one committee member from other partner states to enhance regional diversity. The main objective of this activity was to assess the level of implementation of the Nairobi Protocol in partner states. Below are specific methodologies which were used by different teams. In the Republic of Burundi, the subcommittee interacted with stakeholders from the Ministry of EAC Affairs, Youth, Sport and Culture, Ministry of Internal Affairs, Community Development and Public Security, the Permanent National Commission of Small Arms and Light Weapons, SNAP, Correction Services, and officers from the Ministry of Justice, the Ministry of Defense, and former combatants and officials from the Department of Migration, in the Ministry of Internal Affairs, as well as representatives of civil society. The team also undertook a field visit to the headquarters of SNAP, the storage facility of illicit explosives, before their destruction at the Kanyosha police station. Groupement Mobile, the Intervention Rapide, GMIR Buyenzi, and at National Army Logistics Center at Musaga in Bujumbura. In the Republic of Kenya, the committee interacted with Kenya National Focal Point Office, Ministries of Defense, Interior, Foreign Affairs, Office of the Attorney General, and the Justice Department, National Police Service Department of Immigration, Security Center, and Small Arms Office, Fellowship of Christian Councils and Churches in the Great Lakes, and Horn of Africa Office, NGO. In the Republic of Rwanda, the subcommittee interacted with stakeholders from Ministries of Foreign Affairs and Cooperation, Defense, Justice, Rwanda National Police, Directorate General of Immigration and Immigration, Rwanda Correctional Services, and Safer Rwanda, a civil society organization implementing peace and security programs, including small arms and light weapons. In the Republic of South Sudan, the subcommittee interacted with the Ministry of Defense, the Army, Ministry of Internal Affairs, Police, Prisons, Bureau for Community Security and Small Arms Control, Ministry of EAC Affairs, honorable members of the South Sudan National Assembly, South Sudan National Disarmament, IGAD Head of Mission in South Sudan, the Mobilization and Reintegration Commission, Directorate of Wildlife and Civil Society. In the United Republic of Tanzania, the committee interacted with stakeholders from the Ministries of Internal Affairs, Defense, Constitutional Affairs, EAS Affairs, Police, Prisons and Immigration Departments. In the Republic of Uganda, the committee interacted with stakeholders from the Ministry of Internal Affairs, Uganda National Focal Point on Small Arms and Light Weapons, Ministry of Defense, Uganda People's Defense Force, Department of Immigration, non-governmental organizations, all civil societies, Center for Conflict Resolution, and Uganda Action Network on Small Arms and Ministry of EAC Affairs. 5.0, key observations, findings, and recommendations from the Republic of Burundi. 5.1, status of implementation of the National Focal Point on Small Arms and Light Weapons in Burundi. The Republic of Burundi ratified the National Focal Point on Small Arms and Light Weapons on 15th March 2006 via law number 0.1/09 of 15th March on the ratification of the Nairobi Protocol on Small Arms and Light Weapons. After the ratification of the protocol, the country has taken a number of measures to implement it. The most salient measures being the promulgation of the national law on small arms and light weapons, Law number 1/14 of the 28th August 2009 to update the then existing law and bring it into conformity with the provisions of the Nairobi Protocol of Small Arms and Light Weapons and the establishment of the Permanent National Commission of Small Arms and Light Weapons, SNAP, specifically put in place to coordinate the implementation of the protocol and monitor compliance with international and regional commitments of Burundi to legal instruments and policies on the control of small arms and light weapons. 11 administrative measures to implement the national law of small arms and light weapons have been developed, among which 3 have been adopted by the cabinet, while 8 are still at the ministerial level of the approval process. The 3 measures which have been adopted relate to centralize legislation of small arms and light weapons, storage of small arms and light weapons and ammunitions, and small arms and light weapons licensing. The status of implementation of the Nairobi Protocol on small arms and light weapons in Burundi is as follows. 1, legislative measures to establish certain conduct as criminal offenses. The Republic of Burundi enacted the law number 1/14 of the 28th August 2009 on small arms and light weapons. The law prohibits illicit trafficking, illicit manufacturing, and illicit possession and misuse of small arms and light weapons, as well as falsifying or illicit obliterating, removing, or altering the markings on small arms and light weapons, and establishes them as criminal offenses subject to criminal sanctions under the Penal Code of Burundi. 2, enhancement of operational capacity to handle illicit small arms and light weapons. To enhance national capacity to deal with all issues revolving around illicit small arms and light weapons, Burundi put in place Permanent National Commission on Small Arms and Light Weapons, SNAP, Commission Nationale Permanente de Lutte contre la Prolifération des Armes, Guerre et de Petit Calibre, which is established as a semi-autonomous institution with administrative and financial autonomy. The SNAP is mandated to coordinate the implementation of the Nairobi Protocol and monitor compliance with other international and regional commitments of Burundi to legal instruments and policies on the control of small arms and light weapons. The SNAP also established local offices in the different regions of Burundi and conducted capacity building for its officers and other stakeholders on marking and identification of small arms and light weapons, their computerized registration, secured storage and destruction, as well as the gender dimension of small arms and light weapons. The SNAP also developed the first National Action Plan for 2011-2015 and the second Action Plan for 2020-2022, which have guided its activities aimed at controlling and management of small arms and light weapons and their destruction. The SNAP received a grant from the Regional Center on Small Arms, REX, of the 3 small arms and light weapons marking machines and software for managing the licenses for civilians and brokers to carry small arms and light weapons. 3, establishment of SNAP as a regional center of excellence on disarmament. Members were informed that the Sectoral Council on Interstate Security nominated the Republic of Burundi to host the Regional Center of Excellence on Disarmament. Decision CSISS/06 of 28 March 2014, in recognition of significant progress made by the country in disarmament and fight against proliferation of small arms and light weapons. As informed by SNAP, a number of countries such as Congo, South Sudan, Ivory Coast, and Central African Republic have already undertaken benchmarking missions to Burundi, and arrangements have been made for Burundian experts to assist other countries in disarmament programs. For control of civilian possession of small arms and light weapons, in order to comply with the requirement of Article 3 of the Nairobi Protocol on Control of Civilian Possession of Small Arms and Light Weapons, Burundi has issued the ministerial ordinance regulating licensing of small arms, light weapons, and ammunition for civilians and brokers. The ordinance was issued following the law of 2009 on small arms and light weapons, and has been revoked all licenses previously granted to civilians to possess small arms and light weapons. The ministerial ordinance introduced stringent measures to allow civilian possession of small arms and light weapons and ammunition only in very exceptional circumstances. The license is granted for only one small arm and light weapon, and a maximum of 40 ammunitions for a maximum period of 3 years renewable. The applicant has the obligation to import the small arm and light weapon from outside Burundi, get it marked, and pay import taxes and annual license fees. As a result of the above mentioned measures, no single license has been granted to a civilian to carry small arm and light weapon since 2009, except those issued to security personnel of foreign embassies in Burundi. 5, control and accountability of state-owned small arms and light weapons. As per the requirement of the Nairobi Protocol, the government of Burundi has established a centralized national registry and database of all small arms. The National Registry of Marked Small Arms and Light Weapons. In addition to the National Registry, there are 4 other sectoral registries for the National Police, Police Nationale du Burundi, PNEB, for National Defense Force, for the National Intelligence Service, and for small arms and light weapons licensed civilians. The National Small Arms and Light Weapons database captures and maintains information from the 4 registries and all copies of small arms and light weapons, import and export licenses, and is updated on a quarterly basis. 6, marking and tracing of small arms and record keeping. Burundi has implemented the small arms and light weapons marking format agreed on between parties to the Nairobi Protocol under the coordination of REXA. The marking exercise has been successful for small arms and light weapons of the National Police Force. 100% of them have been duly marked, and 620 illicit small arms and light weapons from civilians, which were marked before their destruction. However, marking of small arms and light weapons of the National Army and Intelligence Service has not started due to defective marking machines. 7, disposal of state-owned, confiscated or unlicensed small arms and light weapons. Burundi has undertaken adequate measures to collect, safe store, destroy and dispose of state-owned small arms and light weapons, which have become surplus, redundant, or obsolete, as well as illicit small arms and light weapons confiscated or voluntarily surrendered by civilians. From 2009 to June 2021, 33,434 small arms and light weapons and 477,639 ammunitions have been collected, out of which 259,000 small arms and light weapons and 406,395 ammunitions have been destroyed. The committee was informed that on average, at least one grenade is surrendered daily to civilians in Burundi, by civilians in Burundi. In order to protect the environment and make good use of the destroyed small arm and light weapon, Burundi has partnered with some development agencies to transform the small arms and light weapons parts into art objects, such as drums and decoration instruments. 8, import, export, transfer and transit, dealers, brokers, and brokering of small arms and light weapons. Measures to implement the provisions of the Nairobi Protocol and the national law on small arms and light weapons relating to their import, export, transfer and transit have been drafted by the SNAP in close collaboration with other stakeholders, but are yet to be considered and adopted by the cabinet. 9, public/community education and awareness programs and voluntary surrender of illicit small arms and light weapons. Burundi embarked on a program to remove small arms and light weapons illegally owned by civilians through voluntary surrender as part of the Arusha Peace Agreement and other related ceasefire agreements reached between the then various armed movements. Public sensitization and awareness of dangers of illicit small arms and light weapons were undertaken in different parts of the country, immediately followed by different strategies to remove them through combining a 2-year initial grace period for voluntary surrender of illicit small arms and light weapons. This was followed by immunity from prosecution for civilians who were willing to surrender their small arms and light weapons within the specified periods from 6 November 2013 to 6 February 2014, from 24 September to 24 October 2015, and from 7th January to 7th April 2020. Other measures included granting of incentives such as construction materials, cement, bicycles, fabric for women, household equipment, chairs, TV, mobile phones, etc. In total, 22,011 small arms and light weapons and 211,450 ammunitions were voluntarily surrendered by civilians during the aforementioned successive grace periods of time. 10, mutual legal assistance. Burundi has appointed the National Central Interpol Bureau, Bureau Central National Interpol, to coordinate government action in respect of international/regional mutual legal assistance aimed at eradicating illicit small arms and light weapons. 11, law enforcement transparency, information exchange and harmonization. SNAP has been established to serve as the national focal point on small arms and light weapons as it coordinates all enforcement measures against illicit small arms and light weapons and information exchange and harmonization with the National Central Interpol Bureau and REXA. Corruption. To comply with the requirement of the Nairobi Protocol in respect of curbing corruption of law enforcement agencies, Burundi strictly applies the provisions of the anti-corruption law as well as penal code to deter government officials at all levels from engaging in corruption and sanctions them once they are convicted of corruption practices. 5.2 observations. The committee noted that there were porous borders with its neighboring countries in the region where armed conflicts have been out of control for many years, especially in the eastern part of DRC. Some countries across the region have not yet marked small arms and light weapons, thus making it very difficult to trace and control their cross-border trafficking. There is limited insufficient funding of the SNAP by the government at a time when different partners who used to provide technical and financial support to the Commission have left the country. The lack of sufficient funding has delayed the implementation of some of the activities mentioned in the National Action Plans of SNAP. The committee observed that all the 4 small arms and light weapons marking machines have become obsolete before the SNAP would start marking small arms and light weapons owned by the National Army and the intelligence service of the country. There was limited technical capacity of SNAP in terms of adequate equipment for small arms and light weapons detection, storage, and destruction, as well as modern IT to facilitate its work. The Regional Center of Excellence on Disarmament has not yet been operationalized, and the current headquarters of the SNAP is not adequate to host it. 5.3, recommendations. In light of the above challenges and observations, the committee recommends to the Assembly to urge the Council to ensure that the REX and ES Secretariat, Department of Peace and Security, urgently mobilizes funds needed for the equipment and operationalization of the Regional Center of Excellence in Disarmament in Burundi. The all small arms and light weapons marking machines need to be replaced. There is need for improved storage facilities for explosives. They also need to be moved far from residential areas, outside police stations or offices. Appropriate transport, equipment for explosives and other defective small arms and light weapons, as well as appropriate protection equipment for small arms and light weapons, destruction need to be procured. The government of Burundi should relocate the headquarters of SNAP to a better place and to a building of quality standard commensurate to its regional status and mandate. The government of Burundi should fast track the process of adoption of the draft regulatory measures to fully implement the national law on small arms and light weapons. There is need for the parties to the National Nairobi Protocol of Small Arms and Light Weapons to revise it so as to include commitments in respect of control of ammunition. The EAC Council of Ministers should direct partner states to fast track the process of marking small arms and light weapons for the effective control and enhance the capacity of all stakeholders, especially borders control agencies, in eradicating cross-border trafficking of illicit small arms and light weapons. The Council of Ministers should make the necessary arrangements to establish the Regional Center of Excellence on Disarmament and institution of the community, like ASOA and East African Health Research Commission, etc. 6.0, key observations, findings, and recommendations from the Republic of Kenya. 6.1, status of implementation of the Nairobi Protocol on Small Arms and Light Weapons in Kenya. Kenya has struggled with insecurity for a long time, largely as a result of the proliferation of small arms and light weapons. Both internal and external factors contribute to the firearms-related challenges facing the country. Domestically, socio-economic and political causes have contributed to the demand for and proliferation of small arms and light weapons. Long and continued political instability and armed conflicts in the countries neighboring Kenya have contributed to the small arms challenge facing Kenya, given its long and porous borders. The effects of small arms availability and misuse have long been felt throughout Kenyan society. In some pastoralist communities with relatively limited police security presence and numerous challenges such as conflict over grazing land and water access for their cattle have been greatly affected. This is especially so So for far communities in the northeastern, upper eastern, and North Rift Valley areas, which are believed to suffer excessively from high levels of illicit firearms and insecurity. Urban centers like Nairobi, Mombasa, Eldoret, Thika, and Kisumu have also suffered from the illicit trade in small arms. This was the case as evidenced by the unprecedented levels of armed violence that erupted after December 2007 general elections in Kenya. The threat that the proliferation of small arms and light weapons in Kenya poses to law and order and peace and security both inside Kenya and in the wider region was again underscored in December 2009 when Kenyan police uncovered 100,000 rounds of ammunition in a private residence in Narok. It is estimated that there are 550,000 illicit firearms in circulation. Government action plan to deal with small arms and light weapons. In a bid to deal with this challenge, the government of Kenya developed a national plan for arms control and management, NAP. The NAP provides a comprehensive set of measures to tackle the proliferation of illicit small arms and light weapons, capacity building for civil society organizations and law enforcement agencies, establishment of development-oriented small arms reduction programs, among others. The development of the NAP marked an important step in Kenya's efforts to tackle the proliferation of illicit small arms and light weapons. The government formed an interdepartmental agency in 2003, the Kenya National Focal Point on Small Arms and Light Weapons, KNFP, under the Ministry of Interior, whose mandate is to coordinate government response and initiatives in addressing the problem. The agency works directly with government ministries, departments, and agencies. It has also partnered with national, international, and non-governmental actors to support the national obligations on managing the proliferation of small arms and light weapons. The National Action Plan is implementing the Nairobi Protocol through 3 pillars, and they include institutional development and strengthening, physical security and stockpile management, PSSM, adaptive research, public education awareness. Under the pillar of institutional development and strengthening, a number of initiatives have been undertaken. They include reviewing and harmonizing legislation with regional and national agencies that are involved in the small arms control and prevention, control of civilian possession of small arms and light weapons, control and accountability of state-held small arms and light weapons, marking and tracing of small arms and light weapons, and record keeping. Under the pillar of physical security and stockpile management, the following initiatives have been undertaken: disposal of obsolete state-owned firearms and those confiscated from civilians, control of trade and transit of small arms and light weapons. They have marked and recorded firearms, established and facilitated the installation of storage infrastructure of firearms, especially in remote and far-to-reach areas. This has involved the setting up of containers and providing safes for storage. This is meant to mitigate the risks of diversion, theft, and expulsion of firearms. 760 steel boxes and 3 modified containers were provided. Destruction of small arms and light weapons have to be undertaken.
Yes, Honorable, how many pages are you still with? So let's take a short break. Then we will come back. And honorable members, when you read the voluminous report, you can always feel free to ask any colleague to help.
Okay.
When you feel like the document is too big for just one member to read.
Yes.
So let us have a short break of how many minutes? 30 is such a long break. It should be 15 minutes. Okay, so I suspend for 15. Thank you. Honorable members, we are resuming. Chair, you can proceed, or if there is anyone else wanting to help me.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I want to finish a few pages and then I'll ask you. I don't see Honorable Fancy. But if she's not around, I could ask Honorable Chris to, Honorable Fancy is coming. So, Right Honorable Speaker, I think I was on page 16. Maybe I can go straight to the under pillar of physical security and stockpile management. The following initiatives have been undertaken. Disposal of obsolete state-owned firearms and those confiscated from civilians, control of trade and transit of small arms and light weapons, marked and recorded firearms, established and facilitated the installation of storage infrastructure of firearms, especially in remote and far-to-reach areas. This has involved the setting up of containers and providing safes for storage. This is meant to mitigate the risks of diversion, theft, and expulsion of firearms. 760 steel boxes and 3 modified containers were provided. Destruction of small arms and light weapons have to be undertaken. This is meant to reduce risk to state security and human safety. The measures is also meant to reduce the cost of maintaining obsolete arms. Under this aspect, over 10,000 firearms and more than 20 tons were destroyed. Voluntary civilian disarmaments. Establish the national focal point of contact on small arms and light weapons, strengthening of sub-regional cooperation in laws and enforcement, mutual legal assistance, exchange of information and capacity building for armed forces. Working closely with REXA, they have established arms database to customize the firearms. A software for arms tracing and electronic record keeping have been installed to facilitate the ease of arms tracing. 2 softwares were installed at Kenya Police Headquarters, and 13 electronic records softwares were installed in some select stations in the country. This also involved the marking of firearms. Awareness raising activities were also undertaken, including enhancing synergy with civil society for civilian sensitization. Under the pillar of adaptive research, public education and awareness, community and public education awareness have been undertaken. Furthermore, there has been mainstreaming of monitoring and evaluation programs to align them with objectives and pillars of the National Action Plan. Practical training on best practices in weapons and ammunition management has been undertaken. 6.2 observations. Slow harmonization of legislation with regional and international instruments. Weak cross-border cooperation on small arms and light weapons, interventions, and porous borders. Geopolitical shifts. More attention given to redress measures than prevention. 6.3 recommendations. The committee recommends to the Assembly to urge the Council of Ministers to entrench arms control into peace building and governance initiatives, support and strengthen national and regional capacities for small arms and light weapon control and management, full and effective domestication and implementation of international and regional arms control instruments, create synergies and partnerships to promote awareness raising and public sensitization on effects of small arms and light weapons, build resilience, cross-border cooperation and coordination mechanisms, enhancement of regional integration and cross-border trade, security and community dialogue, strengthen security and governance structures in the cross-border communities, promote cultural dialogue and conflict resolution mechanism, provision of alternative livelihoods for the cross-border communities and in areas where the proliferation of small arms and light weapons is still prevalent. Undertake advocacy with relevant authorities and promote engagement between state and civilians. Undertake massive community sensitization, awareness raising and attitude change activities. Right, Honorable Speaker, I would like to request that Honorable Fancy can take over from 7.0. Thank you.
Key observation, findings, and recommendation from Republic of Rwanda. Status of implementation of the Nairobi Protocol on small arms and light weapons. In the Republic of Rwanda, the implementation of Nairobi Protocol on the control and management of small arms and light weapons is guided by a legal instrument on small arms and light weapons and related policies. The government has taken a multi-sectoral approach whereby different institutions have different roles to play. The following measures have been undertaken. Legal framework on small arms and light weapons. Pursuant to the signing of the Nairobi Protocol on control and prevention of small arms and light weapons, the government of Rwanda ratified the Nairobi Protocol of 2004 through the Presidential Order number 61/01 of 28th December 2004. Rwanda has embraced a body of legal and policy instrument to complement the Nairobi Protocol in the relation of control, management, and reduction of small arms and light weapons. These includes Law number 56 of 2018 of 13 August 2018 related to arms, which provides a framework for management of small arms and light weapons. Ministerial Order number 001/16.01 of 3rd January 2012 on explosive used in mining, quarrying, and infrastructures activities, Armed Trade Treaty 2013, the Kinshasa Convention of November 2010, the UN Program of Action, UNPO, of 2001, Nairobi Declaration of 2000, the Bamako Declaration of 2008, and the Firearms Protocol of 2006. The development of national policy of small arms and light weapons, which is currently in place and legal regime in accordance with the law to punish those wrongful possession of weapons. Institution framework. The government of Rwanda has put in place a national security committee comprising of membership drawn from all security organs in the country. Depending on the magnitude of the case at national level, issues involved arms and security in nature can be addressed through National Security Committee. The committee also received report from the Joint Operation Centers. Management of arms. Regarding to the daily management of small arms and light weapons, all weapons are kept in the centralized safe with a secure storage. Users of arms in their duties sign in and sign out upon completion of their assignment. This mechanism prevents arms from falling into wrong hands, and so far, there is no report of loss or stolen arms. Number 4, tracing and control. All small arms and light weapons are marked by respective possessing institution. Example, Rwanda Defense Force mark or Rwanda National Police mark, which facilitate tracing of origin of arms. Number 5, disposal. Destructive exercises, obsolete small arms and light weapons are disposed of by cutting them into small pieces using arms cutting machine provided by REXA to ensure that weapons cannot be reassembled for future use. Furthermore, disarmament, amendment, and reintegration of combatants contributes to disposal of arms in hands of ex-combats. So far, more than 320 tons of small arms and light weapons were destroyed between 2010 and 2017. Number 6, cooperation. Cooperation in control, management, and reduction of small arms and light weapons with other partner states is guided by a body of legislative instrument ranging from national laws to regional protocols. These include Nairobi Protocol on Control and Management of Small Arms and Light Weapons, the EAC Protocol on Peace and Security, as well as various forums and structures established under the East African Community Framework, such as the Forum of Chiefs of Defense and Staff, Chief of Police Meeting, Chief of Intelligence Meeting, and the Regional Counter-Terrorism Center. All these forums are intended to provide space for dialogue and discussion of different security challenges in the East African community, including proliferation of small arms and light weapons. Number 7, Rwanda National Police and Ministry of Internal Security. Rwanda National Police has the mandate to implement the national law on arms, whereas the Ministry of Internal Security oversees Rwanda National Police. It is against that background that a national focal point office of small arms and light weapons was established under the Ministry of Internal Affairs and mandated to ensure the implementation of Nairobi Protocol in close collaboration with regional centers on small arms, REXA, based in Nairobi, Kenya. Strengthening of the national focal point, which is number 8, training have been undertaken with the purpose of strengthening of the national focal point office. 2 staffs, including 1 officer in charge of small arms and 1 officer in charge of explosive management, were trained and perform their duties professionally. Creation of provincial and district task forces on small arms and light weapons was undertaken. Through this office, awareness campaigns are conducted to enhance the disarmament of small arms and light weapons. Capacity building of stakeholders, which is number 9. Capacity building of stakeholders from Rwanda Defense Force, Rwanda Correctional Services, Rwanda National Police, and Directorate of Immigration have been undertaken in different areas such as physical security and stockpile management, marking of arms, arms tracking, and training on electronic record keeping. Number 10, effective promotion and implementation of Nairobi Protocol on small arms and light weapon. In line with the implementation of the above commitment under Nairobi Protocol, the following have been realized. Small arms and light weapons were marked and registered. Amoris were constructed in Gishari Police Training School in the eastern part of the country. Modify Amori containers for small arms and light weapons was given to the police training school. More than 320 tons of small arms, light weapons, 210 of 2017 were destroyed. There was a handover of guns, ranks, and steel arms boxes by Rexa to the Rwanda security institutions. The National Police has set up a database of all weapons and their specification, which has been extended to other security organs deployed at different border ports. 1 to 24/7 database has been extended to other security organs deployed at different border posts. Registration of returnees and refugees at their arrival. Close collaboration between Rwanda Defense Force, Rwanda National Police, Rwanda Investigation Bureau, Directorate General Immigration and Immigration, and the Ministry of Emergency Management to discourage illegal infiltration of small arms and light weapons. Awareness campaigns have been conducted in different schools, radio talk shows, and partnership in community policing with different stakeholders in collaboration with youth, volunteers, artists, etc., etc. Number 11, linkage between community policing, community, and the management and control of proliferation of small arms and light weapons. In line with the above commitment, small arms and light weapon control programs have been integrated into the community policing activities. Training programs on community policing committees have also been conducted across the country, enhancing international cooperation and regional cooperation and information exchange on small arms and light weapons. Rwanda is a member of various regional and international organizations such as AU, East African Community, Interpol, EAPC-OR, Rexa, ICGLR, and CEPGL. Since 2009 to date, Rwanda attended different meetings to enhance cooperation and information sharing in relation to small arms and light weapon control and management. Number 12, role of immigration services in control of proliferation of small arms and light weapons. Immigration services are responsible for border management as well as control of illegal entry via porous borders. In this respect, migration control movement of persons and their belongings while in the process of dispensing their routine duties of controlling movement of persons, control of small arms and light weapons is part of their responsibility. In most cases, criminals move with fake or illegal travel documents Once a person is identified by immigration officers and deterred from entering the country, then this automatically leads to control of any likely criminal activities, including proliferation of small arms and light weapons. Observation. The committee observed that Rwanda has made commendable progress in the implementation of Nairobi Protocol on small arms and light weapons. There exists small collaboration and synergy among key stakeholders, which leads to ownership of the implementation of Nairobi Protocol on small arms and light weapons. Small arms and light weapons control program has been integrated into community policing activities, and training on the same have been conducted across the country. There is different implementation levels in controlling small arms and light weapons within East African Community partner states, whereby one country may wish to tighten up the control measure while the other is too reluctant. Weak implementation of regional laws and protocol hinders effective delivery on peace and security programs at community level. Low levels of public awareness among East African community citizens affect the role of identifying the entry points or transfer of the small arms and light weapon. Porous borders facilitate proliferation of small arms and light weapons. There are concerns about availability of arms among local communities, such as the pastoralists and rebels group operating in the region. Persistence of armed conflicts in some countries of Great Lakes region, limited capacity of stakeholders to address the problem of illicit small arms and light weapon. Recommendation. The committee recommends to the Assembly to urge the Council to enhance cooperation between the security institution of East African Community partner state in the control and management of the proliferation of small arms and light weapon in the region, strengthening implementation of the regional laws and protocol related to peace and security in East African partner states. The East African community should establish an online platform to enable citizens provide information in relation to small arms and light weapons within the East African community. The East African partner state should consider creating joint operations to promote information sharing among the national security institutions. The East African community should encourage partner states to utilize the available mechanism and institution established to fight proliferation of small arms and light weapons. Number 8, key observation, findings, and recommendation from the Republic of South Sudan. Status of implementation of the Nairobi Protocol on small arms and light weapons in South Sudan. The committee was informed that the government of South Sudan appreciated the magnitude of small arms and light weapons and had political will right from the head of the state down to the regional governors to ensure that the total disbursement takes place. The government had embarked on a campaign of mental disbursement, sensitizing people to believe that they can live without guns and their protection shall be guaranteed by the state. This drive is for voluntary surrender of weapons. However, operation to forcefully disarm civilians were done in the Rumbek region, where over 300 weapons were seized. Other states like Bar, I'm sorry of the names of the regions, I might pronounce them not correctly, but I'm trying. Bar El Ghazal and Central Equatoria. Thank you, Honorable Gideon. And Central Equatoria have conducted the disbursement exercise too. Institutional framework. The government of South Sudan has appreciates the regional efforts at collaborating collaboration in handling, control, and prevention of small arms proliferation. They are members of Regional Summit of Small Arms in charge of Horn of Africa and the Great Lakes. The regional body holds meeting after every 2 years to design policy and strategy for control of small arms and light weapons. Unfortunately, since the last meeting in 2018, the Technical Advisory Committee has not met again due to the COVID pandemic restrictions. The Bureau of Community Security and Small Arms Control is the main implementing agency for the small arms control in South Sudan. To regulate arms in the hands of ex-combats, the National Disbursement, Demobilization, and Reintegration Commission coordinates to the retirement of ex-soldiers and combats. Rigor provision legislative measures. The committee was informed that the government had put in place laws, policy, and regulation in guide the combat of small arms and light weapon prevalences in the communities. In 2012, the government developed a policy on reduction and prevention of small arms in civil population. In 2016, Parliament enacted an act on prevention of small arms and control. In 2017, the Ministry of Development, the ministry developed the firearms regulations. The committee was also informed that the government of South Sudan entered an agreement with the regional centers on small arms in September 2019 to strengthen effort to ratify the Arms Trade Treaty, that is ATT, to help rein on conflict and violent crimes. It was reiterated that the ATT is a supplementary instrument to the Nairobi Protocol. The Commission is conducting a nationwide campaign to enlighten key stakeholders on the need to support the treaty that bans the illicit flows of small arms. Management of arms. The government of South Sudan realized that expertise was needed to bring to force provision of Nairobi Protocol with the help from the Regional Summit on the Control of Small Arms and Light Weapons. On 112 personnel drawn from the Army, Police, Prison, and Wildlife Services were trained in conduct of disbursement of exercise and stockpile management. In addition, the trained trainers to cut on the expenses of importing personnel to move across the country, imparting disbursement knowledge. To ensure traceability, the committee was informed that with a machine provided by the Regional Summit of Brexa, the government had embarked on marking all small arms and light weapons held by organized forces. Marking started in 2012, and so far, 20,670 arms held by police, prisons, and wildlife services are marked. In addition to the Regional Summit of Brexa provided a machine for destroying obsolete arms. The machine is in custody of the National Police. It is believed that the organized forces have enough arms at their disposal for use. So whatever is got from civilians should not go to the arsenal of the regional forces, but is considered excess and thus destroyed. Members were informed that the United Nations Development Program in South Sudan has supported the Bureau for Community Security and Small Arms Control to develop projects and programs to assess and address community security in South Sudan. As part of this support, the Bureau undertook National Small Arms Assessment in South Sudan to estimate the number of arms in civilians' hands across the country, motivation for holding weapons, and experience of armed violence. The Bureau has carried out activities with UN Program of Action to prevent, combat, eradicate illicit trade in small arms and light weapons in all its aspects. Observation. The committee noted that the Nairobi Protocol on Small Arms and Light Weapons was signed in the year 2004. At that time, South Sudan was not a sovereign country, having attained independence later in 2011, whereas the country has adopted the protocol and implementation of the same was underway. Stakeholders wondered whether it was not important to have an addendum to the protocol for the Republic of South Sudan to accede to it. It was noted that there is heavy militarization of politics and economics within the region. This has created a culture of adoration of weapons. It is therefore not only fashionable to hold or possess weapons, but it is seen as means to power and wealth. The powerful move in large, heavily armed convoys. This has created an impression that such life is the ultimate goal of success. The South Sudan National Disbursement, Demobilization and Reintegration Commission is doing a good job bringing the warning faction either into the mainstream arm or retiring them to civilian life. The challenge is that the demobilized forces retire back into community with their weapons. Those reintegrated into the army come with no guns. It is believed that the guns previously in the possession remain in their communities. Therefore, the demobilization exercise indirectly is sending more guns to local communities. The committee observed that only 10% of South Sudan was demarcated. The border are porous and no manpower or mechanism deliberately stationed to monitor crossing across the borders with the most of the neighboring across the border with the most of neighbors battling insurgents. These areas have become market for purchase of illicit weapons since the insurgents trade them to get money for survival. Mismanagement of stockpiles of collected weapons from disbursement exercise and poor record of the arsenal of disciplined forces has led to increase of small arms within the communities. Immediate destruction of collected guns should be done, and through consistent audit of the government armory executed. This minimized the issue of collected guns disappearing back into civilians' hands and indisciplined members of the forces selling or giving away arms. Lack of manpower, whereas the Bureau for Community Security and Small Arms trained personnel to effect disbursement and trained staff members of the armed forces, army, police, and prison. Whenever these individuals go back to their duty station, they are often deployed in other areas other than the disbursement exercise. This leaves the Bureau back to square one. Economic hardship and poverty generally have contributed to the challenges of small arms proliferation. Arms and ammunition are looked at lucrative business. The committee was informed that due to little and often delayed salaries, some people in the forces were involved in the sale of arms. Ex-combat and militants also trade in arms in exchange for money to fund their livelihood. The method and approach used to disbursement has its shortcomings too. It has not been done holistically across the communities. In certain regions, the committee was informed that certain groups were disarmed and others were not disarmed. This left the disarmed community vulnerable to attack from those still armed. This has resulted into the population abhorring disarmament, thank you, and political persecution, secretion, and witch hunt. The Bureau for Community Security and Small Arms, which is the main agency tasked with developing policy and strategy for control of small arms, is often misunderstood, whereas it is a national government body. Often state actors mistake it to be an NGO. This has resulted into limited or no collaboration at times and lack of budget support, hampering progress of their work. The fight of control of small arms and light weapons is banned by poor infrastructure. Certain parts of South Sudan have poor or no link road network to date. This has made reach of the state to such area very difficult. For own protection, the local population in those areas have been militarized. Some allegedly hold up to 5 guns in a home. South Sudan has not been paying its annual obligatory contribution for some time. The last payment.
Procedure. Procedure, Honourable Speaker. Procedure.
Yes, Honourable.
Honourable Speaker, I raise point of procedure on Rule 11 or Rule of Procedure.
What is it? Are you reminding me about the break time? Yeah, indeed. I'm looking at the watch ahead of me. Is it not working? Yeah. So are you giving me a warning? Okay, Honorable Kim. So yes, we need a lunch. We need a lunch, and we will proceed with the reading of the report after lunch, right? And according to our rules, lunch time is at 1. Is there any contrary proposal? What is it? Honorable Mary.
Yeah. Right, Honorable Speaker, I propose that we patiently wait for the end of reading the report, since we've had a break, and then after lunch we can debate it.
Yeah, so do you support Honorable Mary's proposal? Okay, so then I will put it to you to decide. How many pages do you still have? No, but I'm asking the one with the report. How many pages? 15, 14 pages. Huh? But normally we don't read the annexes.
I'll be ending on 39. The rest is pictures. And
okay, I think it's a good idea that we finish this for a good flow of business. But then, Honorable Kim, I think you had moved to suspend the rule. Second, yeah, those in favor that we suspend until we finish. say aye. Those against? The ayes have it. So Honorable Fancy, you can finish the reading for a good flow of business so that when we come back, we just proceed with the debate. I will make sure that I keep your time for lunch as it is provided for.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. South Sudan has not been paying its annual obligatory contribution for some time. The last payment the country honored was in 2014, standing at 7 years arrears. This inhabits regional cooperation of the Bureau for Community Security and Small Arms, the country representative body to the summit. Total breakdown in law and order is a big challenge. In the disbandment exercise, South Sudan has been in a state of arms conflict since colonial times, to an extent that a large part of the population has not known stable, centralized government that exhibit traits of law and orders. That sense of statelessness left the country a fertile ground for proliferation of small arms. Such communities are difficult to persuade voluntarily to return illicit arms. Lack of resources in challenging the disbursement exercise, the Commission has only a budget of staff salaries and no operational funds. This makes the work of the Bureau very difficult. They often rely on donation. The Republic of South Sudan requests to join the Intergovernmental Authority on Development with observers status has so far not been granted. This is a challenge in the fight against illicit arms, since among the sources of small arms in the country are IGAD member states. It is therefore goes without saying that sitting in IGAD meeting to voice the country concern is an issue of paramount importance. Recommendation: the committee recommends that the Assembly to urge the Council to ensure that the government of South Sudan embarks on countrywide sensitization programs, putting emphasis in areas endemic with small arms possession, such as the cattle camps. The exercise should emphasize the need to reduce the number of weapons within the communities, assures the population of state protection, and encourage voluntary surrender of weapons in their possession. Use of forces should be the last resort. Develop a motivation policy toward those who surrender arms, aware that in addition to protection, community have used guns as a source of livelihood and protection. The government should give something in return to guns received. The above will build a hope that without guns, they can still fend for themselves. Avail adequate resources to the national armament, demobilization, and reintegration program. This will provide for insurgents who surrenders, ensure that they are resettled with either a job or other meaningful sources of livelihood as they reintegrate into the community, initiate measures and put in place a special forces, preferably of a regional nature, that is charged with destruction of arms collected with civilians population. This is informed by complaints that in most cases, these armaments exercise have ended up becoming rearmament projects, guns collected from one community given to another community. Trained of the commanders and top leaders, structures in government and security is necessary in combating small arms and light weapons, where the UN and the regional summits on small arms have endeavors to offer the armament training in South Sudan. The target has always been the community and the operational forces that execute the programs. The committee took note that the command structure and leadership need to be invoked in order to appreciate the complexity of the challenge, acquaintance themselves with the skills necessary, and thereupon provides leadership. Implore the council to ensure that there is a provision in national budget for the disarmament exercise. National entities and NGO engaged in disarmament are largely funded by donors. This makes work progress slow because where there is need for action, concept for donor funding have to be worked fast. Response got before meaningful work can be done. Effect and actualize provision of Article 124 of the Treaty on Regional Peace and Security. Ordinarily, guns are supposed to be kept in military and police armory at all times, save for the few men and women who are on duty. But because of the nature of insecurity in part of the region, army and police are always on standby mode. Carrying gun at all times encourages the small arms escalation in the country. The committee urged the Council of Ministers to encourage the Republic of South Sudan to start the journey of professionalizing the army. Recruitment, training, equipping structures, and requirements should be cleared, laid out, and effectively worked on. This reduces the number of soldiers who come to the army, pick guns, and desert to the countryside to cause havoc with guns acquired. The government of South Sudan should be encouraged to enhance further civil-military relations, support the village chiefs as allies in disarmament, and enter the citizenry with assurance of protection. The government should encourage to work with international community and civil society organizations, especially those that have presence on the grassroots or local population. The Republic of South Sudan should be encouraged to implement the Revitalization Peace Agreement of 2018 to enable the country obtain durable peace. Number 9, key observation, findings, recommendation from the United Republic of Tanzania. Status of implementation of the Nairobi Protocol. The United Republic of Tanzania has put in place measures aimed at implementation and realization of the Nairobi Protocol. These range from 1, legislative measure. Harmonization of national laws with Nairobi Protocol was addressed by enhancing Firearms and Ammunition Control Act of 2015. This legislation aims at controlling of importation, exportation, transportation, and transit of weapons and ammunition within the United Republic of Tanzania, control of dealers and gunsmiths, marking of the firearms, competency testing, seizure, confiscation, and forfeitures, and restriction of the numbers of firearms to be owned, among others. Number 2, operational capacity. Through this mechanism, the government has put in place a framework of cooperation among government institutions in prevention and control of small arms and light weapons. These institutions include police, customs, prison, immigration, fire unit, anti-corruption bureau, military, and intelligence. The institution meets on a month basis to discuss the strategies and challenges affecting the small arms and light weapons, measure to address challenges, and proposal to combat them are also discussed. Control of civilians' possession of small arms and light weapons. To limit the number of arms in civilians' possession, it is also important to ensure that the firearms are in the possession of the right person, the government has put in place the following measure. All applicants are vetted through security community at street, ward, district, regional, and headquarters levels, and an electronic database for control and management of firearms which are in civilian possession was installed in the police headquarters. A committee was put in a place headed by a police officer at the rank of the Assistant Inspector General of Police to oversee the licensing of civilian possession of small arms. This committee meets once in 2 months. Number 4, control and accountability of state-owned small arms and light weapon. There is a mechanism in place for tracing and accounting for all the state-owned weapons, which ensures that all the state-owned weapons are in possession of the right personnel. The measures in place are as follows. An electronic database for control and accountability of the state-owned firearms has been installed. Training on physical security and stockpile management, that is PSSM, to memory keepers is conducted through a rigorous vetting exercise is undertaken to all the memory keepers. Number 5, marking and tracing of small arms and light weapons and record keeping. In order to enhance marking and tracing of the firearms and ensure that state-owned firearms are properly accounted for, United Republic of Tanzania undertook the following measures. A regular and routine exercise aimed at enhance the tracing of identification of firearms, marking of the firearms. This has resulted into scenario whereby 96.4% of the firearms under Tanzania Police Force, Prison Services, and Wildlife Department having been marked, and 30.36% of civilians firearms. Number 6, disposal of state-owned small arms and light weapons. All state-owned firearms which are obsolete, that is out of use, are disposed of by the military. Number 7, disposal of confiscated or unlicensed small arms and light weapons. Several firearms destruction events have been conducted. Source of firearms which were destroyed, including obsolete firearms, illegal firearms, confiscated firearms, and surrendered firearms. Since 2003 up to 2017, a total number of 32,988 firearms were destroyed. It was nothing that 80% of the firearms were locally made. Number 8, dealers, broker, and brokeries. Maintaining an accurate and reliable database is very crucial aspect in the arms control and prevention. A database of control of arms dealers was established and a government license only 2 firearms dealers. In addition, the United Republic of Tanzania doesn't allow brokers or brokeries of arms. Number 9, voluntary surrender. Using this approach, United Republic of Tanzania has been conducting amnesty programs by the police force for surrender of firearms by civilians based on Article 12 of the Nairobi Protocol and Section 64 of the national law. The incentive for voluntary surrender of firearms by civilians is non-prosecution. Number 10, public awareness. The police force, in collaboration with other stakeholders, raised public awareness on small arms control through radio, television, and public meetings. A total of 30 radio and TV programs on small arms prevention and control have been conducted from January to September 2021. Number 11, transparency and information exchange. The police force, in collaboration with other stakeholders, have been conducting neighborhood meetings and exchange information on all crimes crossing Tanzania porous borders. Observation. The committee observes that The control small arms and light weapon must be done regularly and internationally, since one country alone cannot resolve this issue on our own. United Republic of Tanzania, as a member of states of Regional Center of Small Arms, REXA, is at risk to be affected by small arms and light weapon due to periodic civil wars among neighboring member states. This is the result of influx of illegal firearms across her borders, which in most cases are porous. And since Tanzania signed the Nairobi Protocol among REXA's member states for the prevention, control, and reduction of small arms and light weapons in the Great Lakes region and Horn of Africa, several efforts have been put in place. Number 9.3, recommendation. While there are registered tremendous achievement in the implementation of the Nairobi Protocol for prevention, control, and reduction of small arms and light weapons in Great Lakes region and Horn of Africa, it is imperative to note that more efforts are required to tackle the problem. The Council of Ministers should endeavor to harmonize cross-border activities for the prevention, control, and reduction of small arms and light weapons in the Great Lakes region and Horn of Africa, such as cross-border awareness, meetings, information sharing, and creation of cross-border and small arms and light weapon community clubs. This will ensure the level of progress in addressing the problem of small arms in border community shares by 2 or more REXA member states. There is need for REXA member states to conduct as many joint meetings among borders community as possible to sensitize and enhance their understanding about the Nairobi Protocol for the prevention, control, and reduction of small arms and light weapons. Number 10, key observation, findings, and recommendation from the Republic of Uganda. Status of implementation of Nairobi Protocol. The Republic of Uganda has put in place measures aimed at implementation and realization of the Nairobi Protocol. The implementation of Nairobi Protocol is anchored on periodic national strategy plans and implementation strategies. The current implementation strategy ran from 2013 to 2019. They are in process of developing and adapting a review national strategy on management and control of small arms and light weapon 2021 to 2026, which focuses on the following functional areas: strengthening policy, legal and regulatory framework on small arms and light weapon control, effectively control supply and demand of small arms and light weapons, addressing cross-cutting and special programs, including strengthening of institution framework on small arms and light weapon control. In addition to the above, Uganda is currently developing a bill on small arms and light weapon and the Uganda National Policy on the control of firearms and related materials. These efforts have been undertaken through a collaborative framework that supports not only national activities, but also regional and international cooperation. It is therefore observed that efforts that have been put in place to implement the Nairobi Protocol, and there are as follows. Number 1, legal provision. The Small Arms and Light Weapons Control Management Bill has provision on civilians' possession on small arms, regulation and centralization, registration of all civilians on small arms, control over manufacturing of small arms and light weapons, dealer and brokers. The national policy and proposed law have minimum standard regarding the manufacture, control, possession, importing, exporting, re-export, transport, and small arms and light weapons. There are provision in the policy and proposed law on standardized marking and identification of small arms and light weapons, as well as confiscation, storage, and usage thereof. There will be illegal uniformity in sentencing once the proposed law is enacted. Number 2, legislative measure. Uganda is in the process of developing and adapting legislative measures on illicit trafficking of small arms and light weapons, illicit manufacturing of small arms and light weapons, illicit possession of misuse of small arms and light weapons, offense on removing the marks. However, progress of harmonization and consolidation of laws has been slow. The principles on the Small Arms and Light Weapon Control Bill have been approved by the cabinet. Number 3, operational capacity. Sub-regional cooperation among policies, intelligence, custom and border control officials have been strengthened. Enhanced capacity of the national law enforcement and security agencies, including appropriate training on investigative procedures, establish and maintaining national database, civil firearms registry for police, prison, UPDF, and civilians. Number 4, disposal of state-owned small arms and light weapons. There are ongoing programs for the collection, safe storage, destruction, and responsible disposal of small arms and light weapons. Uganda has collected and destroyed over 98,000 assorted weapons, destroyed 3,200 UXOs. I hope it's pronounced that way. Continuous verification and decommissioning of firearms across the country, encouraging voluntary surrender of illegal weapons. Uganda has participated in commemoration of the African Union Amnesty Month, June to December 2021. Number 5, disposal of confiscated or unlicensed small arms and light weapons. There has been disjointed disarmament in the Karamoja cluster, but effort has been rejuvenated to conduct a joint disarmament program. UNEP, in conjunction with UPDF and UPF, are working with community to identify small arms and light weapons and remove them from society in Karamoja, northern Uganda and elsewhere. They also have mechanism for storing impounded, recovered, and unlicensed illicit small arms and light weapons. Number 6, import, export, transfer, and transit of small arms and light weapons. Uganda is developing system for export and import licensing or authorization, as well as of measures on international transit for the transfer of small arms and light weapons. There are extensive provision on these in the national policy and proposed new law. There are also provision on the criteria of importing and exporting or re-importing of the firearms in accordance with the Arms Trade Treaty, which Uganda signed and is in the process of ratifying. There are provisions for regulation of all manufacturers, dealers, traders, financiers, and transporters of small arms and light weapons through licensing. Number 7, voluntary surrender. Small arms and light weapons unlawful held by civilians may be voluntarily surrendered. Ongoing program on voluntary surrender. African Union Amnesty Month. There are legal and policy provision on voluntary surrender. Civil society organization like Uganda Action Network on Small Arms and Light Weapons are fully engaged in voluntary surrender. These firearms that are voluntarily surrendered are destroyed. Number 8, public community education and awareness programs. Local and national public or community education and awareness programs are ongoing to enhance the involvement of public and community, but also to solicit support for the efforts to tackle the proliferation and illicit trafficking of small arms and light weapons, promotion of culture of peace, especially in Karamoja, involving and cooperation with all sectors of society other than security, establishment of district and regional task forces in most of the districts and operationalize to support awareness and education programs on small arms and light weapons. There are also a national and local level TV and radio programs that are ongoing. Uganda has enforced the law through operational like Usalama among police, customs, and border control services to address trafficking of small arms and light weapons. Bilateral agreements have been conducted with Kenya, South Sudan, and DRC. There is free and fast flow of information among the sub-region, and Uganda is an active member of Interpol and World Customs Organization. Number 9, marking and tracing of small arms and light weapons and record keeping. Marking program are almost complete, 97% of UPDF, 98% in police, 100% in prison, and civilians, and all institutions have been given unique marks. Information sharing is ongoing. Database on all firearms is in place, and the statistic on all stockpiles in the state possession has been ascertained. Number 10, research and information. In the area of research and information, various best practice guidelines and action plans have been developed by REXA as follows. Best practice guidelines on arms control and management, best practice guidelines on practical disarmament, 2009 and 2010. Best practice guidelines for regional harmonization of legislation on firearms and ammunition. Researchers Manual on Small Arms and Light Weapons, that is June 2010. REXA has coordinated the development of National Action Plan on Small Arms in the member states. National research on preparational on small arms and light weapon in northern Uganda. Research on brokerage or in firearms. Report on brokerage in firearms. Number 11, role of civil society organization in implementing the Nairobi Protocol. Institution framework, strengthening of NFP through election of political leaders, policy and legislation, development of national firearms policy and review of firearms legislation, stockpile management, civil society organization take part in stockpile control and especially collection and destruction, public education and awareness, address cross-cutting issue, example, gender, HIV, AIDS, human rights abuse, training, capacity building, and research. Number 12, mental disarmament. The civil society organization have projects that target armed groups like the youth. These projects help the formerly or currently in illegal arms related activities, cattle rustlers, former child soldiers, children born in captives. These are trained in peace building and provide connectors for peace, example, material to enhance their livelihood work. 10.2 observation. The committee observed that most of the officials are seconded by the police or related security agencies. There are limited numbers of staff and often do not have skills required for the full range of tasks. There are frequent transfer which hinder continuity. Limited resources to implement the planned activities, limited institutional and human capacity, bureaucratic challenges, example, finances are channeled through Treasury, which delays in disbursement. Number 10.3 recommendation, the government of Uganda should fight the illicit trade of firearms on the porous borders of Uganda, Somalia, and South Sudan. There is a need of approach to disarm the cattle rustlers in the northern part of Uganda, joint operation to control the misuse of weapons in Uganda, alternative surviving mechanism that will guarantee livelihood after the disarmament and promotion of culture of peace. General observation. The committee observed that there have been progress in the implementation of Nairobi Protocol on small arms and light weapons in all partner states through at different levels. Existence of best practices in prevention, control, and management of small arms and light weapons provide an opportunity for partner states to learn from each other. Existence of porous borders which facilitate proliferation of small arms and light weapons. There is differing implementation levels in controlling small arms and light weapons in East African Community partner state, whereby one country may wish to tighten up the control measures while the other is too reluctant. Availability of arms in local communities such as the pastoralists and rebel group operating in the region. Persistence of armed conflicts in some countries of Great Lakes regions, weak or non-implementation of regional laws, protocol, and policies related to foreign affairs, peace and security, weak institutional and limited financial and operational capacity, weak coordination of peace and security programs among the different of RECs. Number 12, general recommendation. The committee recommends to the Assembly to urge the Council of Ministers to ensure that East African partner states conduct as many joint meetings among borders community as possible to sensitize and enhance their understanding about the Nairobi Protocol for the prevention, control, and reduction of small arms and light weapons. The East African partner states should consider creating joint operation to promote informational sharing amongst the national security institutions. The East African Community partner states should put in place alternative surviving mechanism that will guarantee livelihood after disarmament and promotion of culture of peace. Joint operation of East African countries to control the misuse of weapons, the needs of harmonization of policies in form of manufacture, control, possession, import, export, re-export, transport of small arms and light weapons. Council of Ministers put in place a regional forensic laboratory for small arms and light weapons verification. This would go a long way to help the East African partner states that have largely been unable to provide for such a facility. Joint efforts to fight the illicit trade of firearms on porous borders of Uganda, Somalia, Kenya, and South Sudan, and the need for a coordinated approach of disarm the cattle rustlers. The East African community should encourage partner states to utilize the available mechanism and institutions established to fight proliferation of small arms and light weapons. East Africa community, in collaboration with RECSA, should initiate special measures to complement the efforts of the Republic of South Sudan in the implementation of the Nairobi Protocol on small arms and light weapons. The Council of Ministers, in collaboration with RECSA, undertakes harmonization of cross-border activities for prevention, control, and reduction of small arms and light weapons in the Great Lake regions and the Horn of Africa, such as cross-border awareness meetings, information sharing, and creation of cross-border small arms and light weapon community clubs. This will ensure progress in addressing the program of small arms in border communities shared by 2 or more REXA's member states. East African Community should intensify its engagement with Republic of South Sudan and accompany it in the implementation of the revitalized peace agreement of 2018. East African Community should integrate post-conflict recovery and reconstruction programs in the roadmap of integrating the Republic of South Sudan into East African Community. East African Community and REXA should mobilize funding to enhance the operationalization of regional center of excellence in the disarmament based in the Republic of Burundi. East African Community should strengthen its cooperation with IGAD and ICGLR to address underlying causes of persistent armed conflicts in the region for the promotion of sustainable regional peace and stability. Conclusion. The committee congratulates partner state and REXA on impressive strides made in the implementation of Nairobi Protocol on small arms and light weapons. However, there are gaps that need to be bridged, such as effectiveness control and management of porous border, the need to strengthen awareness raising and disarmament efforts, cooperation and synergy among the partner states in sharing information and undertaking joint operation to achieve the total eradication of small arms and light weapons in unauthorized hands. To ensure sustainability and ownership, partner states should systematically integrate the Nairobi Protocol on small arms and light weapons into national programs and strategies. East African Community and partner states are required to provide adequate funding with regard to strengthening institution and operational capacity for the effective and sustainable implementation of Nairobi Protocol on small arms and light weapons. East African Community partner states further urged to borrow a leaf from commendable compliance of Nairobi Protocol on small arms and light weapons and expedite the implementation of other regional laws and protocol. Acknowledgements. The Committee on Regional Affairs and Conflict Resolution wishes to thank the Right Honorable Speaker and the Office of the Clerk for facilitating it to carry out its oversight function. The committee further appreciates the stakeholders for the information given to the committee. The committee hopes that the findings and recommendations contained in the report will greatly enhance the prevention, control, reduction of small arms and light weapons in the Great Lakes region and the Horn of Africa. Right Honorable Speaker, I submit.
Thank you so much, Honorable Fancy. Honorable members, now, if we take 1 hour, when do we come back? Huh? At 3. We come back at 3? Yes. Okay, so let's go for lunch, then we come back at 3. I suspended the House until 3:30 in the afternoon.
presumption of presumption.
Good afternoon, honorable members. Now, I think I needed to make a few suggestions. We have had many serious business this time, and this is really very good. Now, I want to pick your ideas on how we are going to manage. We have this report on South Sudan that we have had for some days, and we really needed to debate it. I hope the minister is there. Very good. So we have to debate it. And then we have the report by Regional Affairs that has just been read here. And there is a motion on women caucus. Certainly we do not have time to handle all those matters. So I suggest that we debate a report on South Sudan, and we provide the time for the movers to move their motion on women caucus. Then we can debate those two or the report on regional affairs in the next plenary. Does it make sense? Right, Honorable Prime Minister.
Honorable Speaker, you know, I've noticed a practice that I thought would save our time, because I've noted that the members of the committee who send the report also debate the report. I would have expected that they may come in for information, that we only allow those who are the non-members to speak. So we don't use as much time, but if everybody is going to speak on everything, they've already said it in the report, then they want to amplify it. For me, that would save time. But also, Honorable Speaker, the issue of the Women's Caucus, we're approaching Women's Day. Women's Day is on the 8th of March. Women's Day, International Women's Day, is on the 8th of March. So
today is International Women's Day.
It's on the 8th.
On the 8th,
So
okay.
it's important that we handle this matter before the 8th. Thank you.
Thank you. The proposal by Right Honorable Deputy Prime Minister is very important, and I understand. She's been the speaker of a bigger parliament where really the possibility to get time for everyone to debate is not possible. But Right Honorable, why we have been lenient with this situation and they allow members, even those who are in the committee, to debate, at times we have all our time. But when we are constrained, I think we shall start invoking those unwritten rules. And when we have enough time, then everyone can speak. And another thing is that when we have members of the committee also debating, although it is time consuming, but it also helps to clarify or to understand the report better. Because I can't even rule out the possibility that those who are not in the committee, most of the times do not read the reports ahead of time. So it's a practice we shall start introducing progressively to manage time on case-by-case basis, depending on how we assess the situation. But for now, I think you agree with the proposal that we proceed to debate the report on integration of the Republic of South Sudan. And then the movers of the motion on women caucus will follow, and the report by the Regional Affairs Committee we shall debate in our next plenary. Right? Is it okay?
Can I propose something?
Yes.
Procedure.
Yes. You stand up.
Okay, Right Honorable Speaker, I will suggest that the motion for the women caucus comes first, because I think there's some sort of agreement on us to have it very short with the women. If they're there, and then we go for the report.
The report?
Yes.
And
sure.
we debate it without interruptions again.
No.
I think it's a good
Procedure,
proposal.
Mr. Speaker, procedure.
No, please, if we, now we are, the whole idea is to save time. And the way we are proceeding, we are consuming more time than we wanted to save. So who are the movers of the crack? You take note of how we are going to proceed. The item on women caucus, and then we go to the report on the Republic of South Sudan. I know their next room, they can be asked to stop whatever they are doing. They will proceed after.
Information items.
Yes. Someone call them in, then they will proceed later.
Information items.
Yes, Honorable Gideon.
But procedure,
By
Mr. Speaker,
saying
procedure.
they are not being locked in, the system is asking them that their host is to let them in. Juba is saying they have not been let in by the host, so
Yes,
they are waiting.
the IT people, please connect Juba. Honorable Makame?
It was relating to that, Mr. Speaker. So let's wait for the IT.
Yes, that was information, not a procedure.
Without that, then it would have been a procedure to invoke rule number 93, Mr. Speaker. 93.3. That's what I'm intending to do if that does not work out.
You know, when you raise the issue of procedure, then I get shocked like that.
Yes, because
Probably I'm in
because
breach.
actually the intention is to move rule number 93.3.
Okay.
But because of the information from the Honorable Dr. Gideon Gatpan, then I'm just withholding that for a moment. But I'm surely invoking rule number 93.
No, don't do it ahead of time. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay.
We proceed to item number 6 on the order paper. Motion for resolution of the Assembly recognizing the Women's Caucus of the Assembly as a forum for members of the Assembly to promote the full participation of women in programs and activities of the community by way of motion.
So I can see the mover is Honorable Fatuma Ibrahim. And I can't see her here. Is she delegated who? Honorable Pamela, yes, okay.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to move a motion for a resolution of the Assembly recognizing the Women's Caucus of the Assembly as a forum for members of the Assembly to promote the full participation of women in programs and activities of the community. I beg.
Okay, seconders. Honorable Wanjiku, Honorable Francoise, Honorable Ambassador Fatuma, Honorable Kakoza. I have to mention many who are seconding. Honorable Gideon, Honorable Mukuria, Honorable Happiness. Okay. Honorable Pamela, you proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I have seen the unlikely seconders here. I think you.
Whereas Chapter 21 of the treaty recognizes the contribution of women in socio-economic transformation and enshrines the acknowledgement of the community that it is impossible to implement effective programs for the economic and social development of the community without the full participation of women. Whereas the partner states committed to in Article 121A of the treaty to promote the empowerment and effective integration and participation of women at all levels of socio-economic development, especially in decision-making. And whereas the membership of the Assembly provided for in Article 48(1) of the treaty includes 22 members, women elected pursuant to Article 50 of the treaty and the 2 ex-officio female members of the council. Recognizing that women members of this assembly are a minority in comparison to their male counterparts, and it is necessary for the women members of the assembly to come together and create avenues enabling them to make their voices heard, to forge ties of mutual solidarity, and effectively contribute to the work of the assembly and the programs and activities of the community. Aware that caucuses have been formed and used in national assemblies of the partner states and are recognized by the Interparliamentary Union IPU as mechanisms within the parliaments of many countries established to strengthen cooperation among women who are engaged in political life and enhance effective alliance around a common goal. Further, recognizing that women caucuses contribute towards advocating for and promoting women's legislative and policy priorities, building capacities of women members of parliament, and promoting gender mainstreaming in the work and functioning of the assemblies. Noting that in order to facilitate the effective functioning of the women caucuses, the IPU has issued guidelines on establishment of women caucuses, which include, among others, a clear name, purpose, membership, relationship with the assembly, leadership structure. Considering that Women Caucus of the East African Legislative Assembly has adopted a constitution which clearly sets out the objective, membership, and organs that constitute the leadership of the caucus, and has elected an executive committee to steer the caucus, convinced that it is necessary for the assembly to recognize the women's caucus as a forum and platform for women members of the assembly to promote the full participation of women in programs and activities of the community. Now, therefore, be it resolved by the assembly as follows: that in accordance with Articles 6D, 49 to subsection D, and the Article 121A of the treaty, the Assembly recognizes the East African Legislative Assembly Women's Caucus as a forum and a platform for women members of the Assembly to promote the full participation of women in programs and activities of the community. I beg to move, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Famera, and I think the motion is self-explanatory. So I just proceed and propose the motion. That this House do resolve to recognize the Women's Caucus of the Assembly as a forum for members of the Assembly to promote the full participation of women in the programs and activities of the community. Debate is open. Before we proceed, I want to recognize the presence of students. Another group, you remember the group that was here in the morning? So this school has decided to bring all of them in small groups. So really we thank the commitment of this school and the solidarity they are extending to us. So we had a group in the morning and there is another group. But there is going to be another group because they want to make sure that all of them will have time to come and observe our proceedings. So we thank you very much and we recognize your presence. Yes. So, and the honorable members, when you step out and you are taking your coffee, find the time to interact with these kids. I think they have a lot of questions they can ask you. So the debate is open. Honorable Kim Guy, Honorable Kakoza, Honorable Fatum Wanjiku, Honorable Ambassador Fatuma, Honorable Magembe, Honorable Mary Mugenyi.
Honorable Speaker, I'm online.
Who is online?
Summary. I'm raising. I hope
Let's proceed with the list I just mentioned first. Honorable Kim.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, I am stood up here to need your guidance and also the MOBA guidance, particular motion.
if the mover are going to accept my proposal, because I have been talked to Honorable Fatuma and she are not here, but she delegate the Honorable Pamela. Honorable Speaker, if you look for Rule 85 on rule of procedure, I think
did you say 85?
85. So, thank you, Honorable Speaker. I am begging the mover of the motion to move another motion that she move this motion under Rule 85, and that is where the Assembly can recognize the Women Caucus when we put it at the part of our rule of procedure. So is a prayer should be forwarded to the Committee of the Legal, and the Committee of the Legal will report to the House. Thanks.
Thank you, Honorable Kim. I think I had this discussion with the forum. This is, depending on the outcome of this motion, this is a transitional measure. And what you are proposing is a mechanism of how we can implement, right? So I think they have chosen to take it in steps. That this House first makes that commitment, that they wanted to recognize the forum. Then how do we do it? We come to what you are proposing, or another route that we may find it to be appropriate. Right? Yeah. So it's a good proposal, just that we are not yet there. Thank you. Okay, Honorable Kakoza.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I would like to thank the mover of the motion and also to support the justification. Right Honorable Speaker, when you look at the global trend today, what has been affecting the lives of people, we in the partner states, we are looking for social economic transformation, which is acknowledged within the community. And this social economic transformation, it's a decision within partner states that what affects the lives of people cannot be dealt with without a full participation of men and women of all the citizens of the country. And this is quite important, that all the programs within the partner states, which are programmed, that's very, very important that women must participate to implement, because all the activities of women are known and also men, but it must be done jointly. So I do support that really all effective programs within the partner states, women must take part. When you go to the leadership part, of course, the world has changed. Before history, you know, Right Honorable Speaker, that women never took part in leadership decisions. But when you look at the global trend today, women emancipation has contributed a great deal in decision-making, and they are the mothers of the nation, so they must participate in any decision of leadership so that they become part and parcel of the global trend. With these few observations, I support the mover of the motion. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Honorable Kakoza. Honorable Wanjiku.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, and I also observe your guidance of taking shortest time possible. First, by thanking the committee which came with this motion, led by Honorable Fatuma in absentia and Honorable Pamela, who is presenting her. Honorable Speaker, these women caucus are very common in many parliaments, And in fact, I was surprised to find not one here in Eala, being a regional parliament. While I was in Kenyan parliament, we have Kewopa, which was started way back by our earliest women who are elected. These were Mother Karua, Honabongilu, some have even passed on, Wangari Maathai, those women. And the mission and vision they had to create caucus is because they found that women were still minority, even in parliaments. And when they were elected, hardly would they be able to put their case on the table and it carried the day. I may use Kenyan parliament, where we have struggled to pass the 2/3 gender rule for the last 10 years, I may say, because in my parliament, we tried thrice, we failed. In this current parliament, they have tried twice, it has failed. When there was a huge BBI debate going on, some of the reasons why BBI was failing was that aspect of women, because you are trying to bring the women issue again through that. So in essence, women caucus are important because when you are debating, particularly a regional matter in such assembly, you don't want to discuss it on a table and it be reported that women in Eala. It is good if it can be addressed properly with the right title and it will carry the weight. And for women in those caucus, they can go an extra mile even to sensitize other women who want to be in the leadership, even at the regional level. For those caucuses, what they do in parliaments at home, they do encourage women back at home. If you look at this election of this year in Kenya, you realize there will be so many women competing in all positions from governor. I think we are only missing for president, which we are hoping that 2027, we may feel not one candidate. And watch my steps, I may be there by then. So I am literally saying that these caucus are important because they bring the women agendas more strongly than when there isn't any organized professional caucus. Thank you, Honorable Speaker, I support.
Thank you so much, Honorable Muhia. Honorable Dr. Magembe.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for the opportunity. I rise in order to support the motion. Today, Honorable Speaker, gender bias continues to create huge barriers for women. And ongoing struggles include women trying to get equal economic opportunities, educational equity, and an end, of course, to gender-based violence. Even in the same positions, you will find that women make 78 cents for every $1 that men earn. And you will find that when you look at statistics for homeless women, that every 1 in 4 homeless women, every 1 in 4 homeless women is homeless because of gender-based violence. I think that this forum is an extremely important forum which will help the women in our community, which are more than half. Looking at the statistics, that means that there are more than 80 million women in the community. It will help them and fast track their development. So I am in complete support of this forum. And when the bill comes back, I will debate more strongly. Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I'm in full support.
Thank you, Honorable Ambassador Fatuma.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I also stand to support this motion and thank Honorable Fatuma for having moved the motion and also Honorable Pamela for reading on her behalf. Right Honorable Speaker, honorable members, I'm so happy that today as we deliberate this motion, the world is about to celebrate International Women's Day with the theme, Gender Equality Today for Sustainable Tomorrow, Break the Bias. So in effect, passing this motion today will be part of our celebration and also supporting this global cause, regional cause, and national cause because, as already said, there is no discussion today as to the importance of women in development or in regional integration. Our treaty is very clear. You go to Article 6 of the treaty, among the fundamental principles, Article 6D talks about promotion of gender equality and women empowerment. We have an entire chapter, Chapter 22, Article 121, enhancing the role of women in socio-economic development. And even when you look at the objectives of the treaty, one of the sub-objectives is making sure that the community mainstreams gender and empowerment of women in all its work, be it legislation, programs, projects, and institutions. So really what we are doing is anchored on the treaty. And I think it's good for this assembly to recognize this very important motion. We've been working, and I want to thank Right Honorable Speaker and all the leadership of Eala, but also our council for having been supporting Eala Women Caucus to champion its cause. Our cause is to ensure that we promote women empowerment in this community, that the programs of regional integration or the pillars of integration, women have a stake, but also in our work, the core mandate of legislation, representation, and also legislation. We make sure that gender equality and also the rights of women are taken into consideration. So really, I just stand here to support the motion and to urge all our colleagues here, men and women, to support it. Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Mary. Honorable Fatuma, it is your motion, so you cannot debate your motion. But of course, I will give you an opportunity to say something.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, I want to start by thanking the mover of the motion for this very timely motion regarding the Women's Caucus of the East African Legislative Assembly. Mr. Speaker, this motion and the bill to follow is actually overdue. We are in Eala 4, there was Eala 1, 2, 3, and considering that almost all parliaments have women caucuses, this caucus of Eala is overdue. So I thank the leadership of the Women's Caucus, unregistered and unrecognized as it might be, but we do have a group of women here in the East African Legislative Assembly who still organize and meet. And I want to thank Honorable Fatuma and Honorable Pamela for presenting this motion. Now, to me, Right Honorable Speaker, this motion or this caucus of women is not intended just for women legislators. The sole purpose or even the end result should be to give women legislators of EAC an opportunity to organize and be able to address issues that affect the women that we represent in the EAC. And this is not just about us, it is about women in trade, it's about women in the legal affairs, it's about women in domestic arena, it's about women and inheritance, it's about women and in violence, particularly domestic violence, all sorts of issues that the women of East Africa are facing that we need to address as their representatives. So the caucus is necessary, and that is why there are women caucuses in all the parliaments that we know of. And the East African Legislative Assembly cannot be different from other parliaments. Why do other parliaments have caucuses of women that are properly constituted and legally recognized? And I'm hoping that this is only the beginning, and the end result is that we'll be properly registered and legally recognized as an institution within the EAC. Mr. Speaker, this caucus also will help us as women legislators to be part of the regional and international activities that are ongoing. We know that the women's movement has been in place for quite some time, and women meet, and women network, and women even attract funding. All this, we are not able to do it, and we are not part of the international agenda, much as the East African community is really very well established and very well known and has gone a long way. So the Women Caucus will help this community to go a long way in being part of the international dialogue on issues of women and issues of gender, not just women. That's why I want to express my gratitude to the men who spoke before me, who have supported this motion. They really know the value of having this Women's Caucus. Thank you so much for your gender awareness. Mr. Speaker, lastly, this is part of our oversight and legislative agenda. When women are organized in a caucus, then we are able to achieve more information, get proper statistics that are detailed, knowledge, even training, raise awareness, and in so doing, bring the level of women and men, not just boys and girls, because gender is not just about women alone. You realize that when women's issues are addressed anyway, even in legislation, even to be able to specifically know that when we go to this institution, we must know that in our oversight activity, there are ways in which this institution of ESC will be able to affect men and women differently, boys and girls differently. That just is achieved by being more knowledgeable, which can be done through an organized caucus, like the Caucus of Women of Eala. I thank you, Right Honorable Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Mary. Well, Honorable Musamali, I have no recollection of you asking me to attend virtually. May I have forgotten maybe?
I did it in the writing, Right Honorable Speaker.
Can you hear me?
I hear you, Honorable. Right Honorable.
Yeah, but I have no record of you asking me to connect virtually. I want to remind you, Honorable members, that the rules require that if you wanted to attend virtually, the Speaker must grant permission.
Right Honorable Speaker.
Yes.
I wrote formally.
You did it?
I wrote formally because the reason why I came to Kampala is
okay. If you wrote, and maybe I didn't see, that's fine. Okay,
yes,
you can proceed in the debate.
I was not well. I came for treatment, but I also indicated that in case I get better, I may be able to connect online.
That's fine. That's very good. And
Yes,
I hope you are recovering well. So you can proceed in the debate.
Okay. Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker.
Is the one who moved the motion, and Honorable Dongo was the second. So these two will also, let's have time for all of you. So Honorable Musamali, proceed.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker, for this opportunity to add my voice on this very important motion. I also want to thank the movers of this motion for bringing it forward. 3 issues here, Right Honorable Speaker. I support the motion. And as you are all aware, Honorable Speaker and members, women world over occupy a unique position. They are mothers, and it is even the reason for those who may not be in the know why all countries are referred to as she. They are referred as feminine because of the unique nature of what the positions which women occupy. Women, they are from inception of a child, they are the ones that are responsible for upbringing of the child from inception up to birth, up to growth. All of us, these powerful men you see around, are all products of a woman. Honorable Speaker, why I support this formation of this forum is because it will provide an opportunity for women in the assembly to use it for purposes of discussion of issues, unique issues that have affected women as a result of bad culture as well as bad history, where women have been discriminated by virtue of being women. They have not been involved in economic management of their own, even their own affairs and even affairs of their families because of being women. And of course, this narrative has been put forward by culture and even religious writings. When you read the Quran, right, Honorable Speaker, and the Bible, everywhere they refer, whatever they refer to human being, they refer to man, man, man. So we believe that if this platform is created in the assembly, it will be able to give a platform for women, members of parliament, to sit and discuss those issues such that they're able to bring them on table. The last issue, Right Honorable Speaker, which I want to move is, if I'm supported by the mover, is to move an amendment in the prayer that when you are talking of allowing women to form a caucus, I think it should not only be limited to women. Say women of Eala and even willing members who are men. You can find the technical, better technical word to put it, but what I want to support is that it should not only be limited, the membership should not only be limited to only women, even it should be open to men, like some of us who are willing to be part of that caucus. I want to bring to your attention, Honorable Speaker and members, that I am already a member of Uganda Women Parliamentary Association in the Parliament of Uganda. By virtue of being a member of Eala, and therefore I associate with Parliament of Uganda, I'm a member of Uganda Parliamentary Caucus. So I want to, Uganda Women Parliamentary Caucus. So I want to support that if it is possible, we move that amendment to include men. I beg to support the Honorable Speaker. Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Odongo.
Right Honorable Speaker, first of all, my apologies for coming a little late. Right Honorable Speaker, I am not a recruit. I am a strong believer that women occupy a very special place in our community and play a very significant role. Right Honorable Speaker, the prayers of this motion is basically for this for the women to have a special purpose vehicle to amplify women's specific issues that are very critical in our integration. Right Honorable Speaker, my auntie raised two beautiful girls as a single mother. And one day, one of the little girls came back from school and she had her homework the previous day that had been marked. And one of the questions in her paper was that, who is the head of your family? Because my cousin sister had been raised by a single mother, she had not known of a man in their life. So she said, my mother. When she took the answer sheet back, the teacher marked her wrong. So when she came back home, my auntie took her back to school and asked the teacher why indeed she had marked her answer wrong. And the teacher said the head of the family, according to how they are trained, is a father. And she protested. Why am I making this? Why am I bringing up this story? This is not about man and woman. It's about shared responsibility. It's about capabilities of women. It's about the circumstances that women, unique circumstances that women find themselves. And it's only important that this assembly that draws its legislative powers from our treaty facilitates the women of this assembly to be able to engage constructively to deal with women's specific issues. And this does not mean that it's an affront to us, the men. And indeed, I want to associate myself with what Honorable Musamali said. He said the membership of this forum should be open to even us, the male legislators, because what affects women affects us. The rights of women are human rights, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, one of the things that actually motivated me to be part of this, so that our women can find a strong voice to deal with some of the issues, is a petition that we received last year. Petition that came from women activists from Kenya. And they were desperately calling for the assembly to attend to some of the issues that they raised that affect governance. They said they had gone to even the highest authority, the courts, and the courts had ruled in their favor. But the ruling has not been implemented. And I felt, why would a partner state that is signatory to our treaty that empowers the women fail to implement such a very important legislation that would give our women a voice in the governance of the country? And I thought that it's important that this assembly is a place where that voice should be found. So, Right Honorable Speaker, I am here because I have a personal story to tell, but I'm also here persuaded that the women of this region, and indeed drawing from our jurisdictions, different jurisdictions. Ugandan Parliament has a very powerful Uganda Women's Parliamentary Association, which is currently chaired by the powerful Honorable Sarah Opendi. The women in other jurisdictions are organized. And because of that organization, women issues are able to gain traction in terms of policy, in terms of legislation, in terms of advocacy. This is what our women here are asking for. They are not asking for too much. They're simply saying, give us the opportunity to be able to organize ourselves, to interact with the women across the region, to interact with our colleagues, members of parliament that are organized in the different partner states, so that we are able, to support the legislative agenda of the East African Legislative Assembly, but also be able to amplify the voices of the women. Right Honorable Speaker, I beg to support the motion.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Honorable Dongo. Honorable Francoise, Honorable Oda. Let's first agree. As I said earlier, this is a transitional process. It is meant for us to make a statement and a commitment that we want this forum. And then what will follow when we make that commitment is the actual steps of actualization of that commitment through amendment of rules and all. So I don't really know how much time we want us to continue. Yeah, okay, let us try to cover more ground, but try to be brief. Yes, try to be very brief so that we can also tackle another important issue before us. So if at some point I stop, don't be offended. Honorable Francoise.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's an early warning, but make sure I'm brief. Thank you very much for the opportunity to add my voice to the one of the previous speakers. Mr. Speaker, I'm going to the point immediately. I took interest to look at what a caucus is as far as definition is concerned. And I looked at international policy, and this is about US and British legislative practices. And I got various meanings, but for this particular case, it means a conference of members of a legislative body who belong to a particular party or faction. So this is as far as international policy is concerned, but also have got another meaning I can call standardized. Any group or meeting organized to further a special interest or cause, such as women's caucus, youth caucus, etc. So this motion is aligned with the legal framework of the treaty, whereby you allow me to just emphasize a bit on chapter 22 of the treaty about enhancing the role of women in socio-economic development. Not going into the details, I commend the mover of this motion because the justification was able to remind us that the Interparliamentary Union is also bringing on board national assemblies of the partner states and that are recognized by the Interparliamentary Union, IPU, as the mechanisms within the parliaments of many countries established to strengthen cooperation among women engaged in a political life and enhance effective alliances around a common goal. This common goal, it was already tackled on. I'm not going to repeat the role of women in the society and how women were left behind for a decade. But Mr. Speaker, as I just conclude, because I'm afraid to not be talkative, allow me to say that the minority that is mentioned in paragraph 4 of this motion doesn't mean inferiority. Because gender equality stands for women and men being equal before the law. So equality is needed. And for this equality to be complete, we need joint efforts, as you also recognized that you have got 2 strong members of this assembly, also part of the Women's Caucus, you know, Right Honorable Kadaga with us, and Honorable Mayina, Minister Mayina, so Honorable Muramura. So we are a strong team, but we also call men to stay on board. Men are supporting this motion. We are very happy. And it's, you know, an interpellation for men to stay engaged and also to make sure other men are coming on board. What we call male engagement for gender equality. Mr. Speaker, I submit and I support the motion.
Thank you so much. Honorable Oda.
Thank you so much, Right Honorable Speaker. I also take this opportunity to thank the mover of the motion and to thank the leadership of the Women Caucus. I also want to say that I'm so happy that we are deliberating this motion on your birthday, Right Honorable Speaker. And as a man whom we know who is gender sensitive, and as we are few days to the 8th March of International Women's Day. So this is a very good coincidence, and we can assure you, Right Honorable Speaker, that women in this room and men, of course, most of all men in this assembly support women empowerment, and we are sure that we are going to move fast and contribute through this assembly. Right Honorable Speaker, I just wanted to add on by saying that having recognition of this Women Caucus is going to open doors. We have many, as Honorable Mary mentioned, we have many opportunities outside there, which we were not able to access because we didn't have a legal framework or the recognition of this Women Caucus. And I'm happy as fourth Eala now, we are putting a record in place that at least we have moved forward, and we are going to be having the Women Caucus operational in all terms as it is supposed to be done, and it is done in our partner states. Quickly, Right Honorable Speaker, this is a very important institution, or I mean a forum which really helps. In all our partner states, if I can talk about the country I'm coming from, Rwanda, this has been a very, very important movement which helped us after genocide against Tutsi, when the National Parliament went through the different transition, and in 1996, the Forum for Women Parliamentarians were put in place, and it really helped in the areas of capacity building for men and women, and also, as my brother Honorable Odongo mentioned, men also in our national parliaments also have been so happy to be part of this caucus, and they have been playing a very big role, because when you build the capacity in areas of gender equality and women empowerment for men and women in parliament, you are sure that the registration is going to be very much gender sensitive. The issues of advocacy, of course, through the caucus, it is easier to do advocacy either in governments, in the civil society, in private sector, and also at the regional and global forums where we can easily advocate for the women's rights within our region. And lastly, Right Honorable Speaker, the issue of resource mobilization. We know very much that we have many partners outside here who are ready to work with our Women Caucus. So, Right Honorable Speaker, it has not been very easy for our leaders in the Women Caucus to mobilize funds which can help this institution to move forward for the benefit of the Assembly and for the benefit of our partner states and the community at large. So lastly, Right Honorable Speaker, I would say that by doing this, we become role models. We have seen students who are coming here to follow up our deliberations. When they see us here with the capacities as women in the assembly, but also men supporting the cause of gender equality, then it empowers the young people, the girls and the boys who are here to support us. And we want to congratulate them by taking their time to come and see what we are doing. And tomorrow, as you always say, Right Honorable Speaker, they are the ones to sit on your chair and on our chairs and to move this agenda forward. I want to thank you, and I'm happy today we are discussing this while Right Honorable Kadaga, there was a time last 2 years, I think, when you sent me to represent you, Right Honorable Speaker. I met this able leader in Ghana, and I saw how she moved the Assembly of Ghana to make the changes in the Assembly. And we are here with her, and she has been supporting us, and I'm sure that in support with other members of the council and also the summit. We know very well that our leaders at the summit level are there for this cause of gender equality in our community. I thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I support this motion and want to promise to promise our leaders in the caucus that we are here to support you. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Oda. Honorable Pierre Claver, then Dr. Ito, then Honorable Ross.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I think I was trying to, I was thinking.
I think you can see how everyone is mobilized.
Our sisters used to say that we are not supporting them, but as my friend Odongo said, I have an experience to share. I think it's not new. Someone told about leadership. I have experienced it to be led by a woman as my boss, and fortunately she's also here. She's Honorable Leontine as my minister. I can tell you that I felt I was very strong, but I think leadership is not about strength or about I don't know, age or whatever. It's about wisdom. Is about to be humility, confidence, and from there, I would like to recommend to my sisters that, you know, God make us equal. Don't happen that men are strong or whatever, clever. This is what people are created. I think we have to develop a culture of confidence. I think you have it, but you have to. It everywhere, so that we could benefit of the upgrading of our sisters. I raised my case to support the motion, and the Right Honorable Speaker, I would like to take this opportunity to wish you happy birthday again, and expecting that we could maybe share a cake later from your convenience. Thank you.
So much, Honorable Pierre. Switch off the microphone. Honorable Dr. Ito.
Well, thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker, for the opportunity. I would like to start by thanking the mover of this motion, Honorable Fatuma Ibrahim, in her absence, supported by Honorable Pamela, and I also want to thank Honorable George Odong. I also wanted to be clear that we are very happy as female members of this assembly for the support our male members have shown since we have come here. I think it has been tremendous. It's really, it has given me a better picture of what East African community will be like if we all come together and put our efforts together. Now, I raise up actually to tell others who still have reservation about the Women Caucus. I clearly want to say that we are not organizing against anybody, but for something great. That was a statement that Dr. John used to make very often, and when he goes anywhere, they ask who, you know, what he's doing. He says, I'm not organizing against anybody. I'm organizing for a liberation. We are actually organizing together for a greater purpose. And that greater purpose is actually come in many ways. Number one, our partner states already have got legal framework that recognizes women. They have institutions like gender ministries that is supposed to organize women and give prominence to issues related to women. They have policies as well as legal framework. So really we are working to support the efforts of our partner states as well as to put in effect the provisions of the EAC treaty. The second thing is Women Caucus is not new. Where I come from, we have Women Caucus working in collaboration with the entire parliament. And I'm sure the same thing is true with the Republic of Uganda and Kenya and Tanzania. So if the fact that Eala doesn't have it makes us very odd, because if we follow the practices of our national parliament, there should have been a woman caucus in place. Now, also, we are coming together in order to organize ourselves so that we are in position to bring to mobilize women and amplify the voices of women and bring together women and other stakeholders for a collective action. You cannot do that if you are not organized. What we want is to be recognized so that when we raise issues or we bring ideas around, we are supported not only by the male members of this parliament, but by Eala and EAC as a whole. And that would really help in mobilizing resources, but also contributing to the change that we want to see in this community. Right, Honorable Speaker, I'm very happy that this is happening today, and I'm really urging everybody to stand with us because we are organizing not against, but for a better address of issues affecting women, but particularly what affects women affects men as well. And I beg to stop here. Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker.
Thank you so much, Honorable Dr. Ann. Honorable Rosa Cole, then we. Chris, I'm rushing for your debate. Okay, Honorable Rosa Cole.
Okay, thank you, Right Honorable Speaker, and happy birthday. Right Honorable Speaker, I'm not going to speak much because my colleagues have really delved into the matter, but I just want to say a few things. That this Women Caucus, Right Honorable Speaker, we want a formal forum, a formal caucus that is recognized here at Eala and at EAC. You remember, Right Honorable Speaker, one time when you wanted to put up an activity, it was very difficult because we are not a recognized forum anywhere, not even in the rules. So we are moving this motion, as you said, to initiate that process. So that going forward, Right Honorable Speaker, we would like our activities to be part of the plans. You know, when we are doing the plan for plenary, for activities of Eala, we want to be part of that plan. But when you are not formally recognized, there's no way you can be allowed to, to be part of in that plan. So, Right Honorable Speaker, we have been having activities, but this has been the challenge. Secondly, Right Honorable Speaker, there are definitely gaps in the regulatory framework, even at EAC here, Right Honorable Speaker. I want to give you an example. The last time Honorable Nakauchi had a baby, she traveled all the way from Boston, is it Boston or Canada, with a 2-week-old baby to attend a committee meeting. Our rules are not clear. There is no provision on how such a person, a lady, who has delivered a child and needs maternity leave. You know, we're breaching the rights of children. So we are here as women because we understand what women challenges are. We want to make sure that we engender some of our rules and the regulatory framework here. First of all, to accommodate the women who work in the institutions of EAC, and also definitely to be able to have a forum under which we shall be communicating and working together with other women fora in other legislative assemblies, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, I want to take this opportunity. We are grateful that this time around we have the Right Honorable Rebecca Kadaga here. I used to be a member of parliament in the Uganda parliament, but in that parliament, Right Honorable Speaker, the Right Honorable seated in front there has done a lot in matters of women emancipation and also recognition of women in their own right, and also making sure that this gender sensitive legislation, especially on matters against women, have been properly brought and put in place. It is in that assembly where now we were able, through her able leadership, to even have a women's and children's hospital in Mulago, and it's the best in the region. So when women come together, they can do big things. Yes, thank you. we can do big things, and it's for all women. And for our male colleagues here, in your life, you are either, you can't avoid a woman anyway. You are part of the women movement because you have a woman as your mother, or your wife, or your daughter, or a sister. So this legislation is actually to help those women in your life, and also for all women in our lives as human beings. Right, Honorable Speaker. I beg to support the movers of this motion and to assure all that we mean good as legislators of the East African Legislative Assembly, and women as at that. Thank you so much, Right Honorable.
Honorable Rose. Honorable Chris.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, I couldn't resist not to contribute on this motion because it's a very important motion, knowing where the importance of women in our society and in our well-being. Actually, I congratulate the mover and the women from Eala, though they came too late, but this is a very important forum, because to assist this forum to outreach to our different partner state where they will interact, according to my knowledge, interact with our other women from the partner state. And if you look for some of us who read the Bible very well, women start being very powerful into the leadership a long time ago, before even before Jesus was born. If you look in the Hebrew, 2 Kings chapter 8 verses 26, you find a woman called Atalia. She was very powerful, and most of you know a lady called Queen Sheba. Those are the women who started demonstrating their ability before even Jesus came on our earth. So that's what I'm saying. I encourage the women from this house to advance this cause and to promote to those areas where women are still having where they still not have a platform to express their things. We know our community how it is. We know where women are treated very badly. Recently, we attended a conference somewhere here in Mount Meru. We heard very touching stories. Those who were there, they will understand the importance of this caucus. Right Honorable Speaker, I tend to support this motion, and I will support whenever we require men support. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Honorable Chris. Now I come to Council Chair, if you have a comment to make.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker and the members. I must say this motion has been long overdue. And Mr. Speaker, you'll find it extremely useful in the conduct of your work. Instead of assembling 10 women to discuss with them, you'll be able to discuss with the chair of the caucus and get the position of the women. You'll be able to work with them to move amendments on this floor, do research, and enrich the work of the legislature. I can speak for my former parliament, where the Women's Caucus was able to bring private members' bills against trafficking of women. It came from the Women's Caucus. The law against FGM came from the Women's Caucus. Although we strategically gave a man to move it, one of the members of the WOPA, who is a man, Dr.
So you had your own Odongo?
Yes, we had our Odongo. That was Dr. Chris Variomusi. As a member of WOPA, he moved the motion on FGM. We have engendered a lot of legislation. We also created through that the certificate of gender compliance throughout the government services. So it's really useful, and I want to support that it be formed. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much. Honorable Fatuma Ibrahim, you don't need to debate the motion because you are the mover, and you just sum up and we move. You don't
Thank
need to
you,
justify
Honorable Speaker.
anymore.
I understand. I don't need to speak a lot. But Honorable Speaker, one item that I need to single out is that this caucus of Eala and including women caucus, which we are proposing, will not have a financial implication on EAC budget. I think that's what we need to be very clear, because some of the fears of members could be is that the caucus may have some financial implication. There would be zero financial implication in the annual budget of East Africa. Honorable Speaker, I want to wish you happy birthday. You were born a blessed month, the International Women's Day month. It's a 14-day consecutive celebration for women. Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for allowing us this motion to move. And Honorable Speaker, I want to assure members that those encouraging words to support the women agenda, we will work on it. We'll complement the Assembly. We will complement and create visibility for East Africa community in raising the voices, the concerns, the needs, the aspiration of the women of East Africa community. Honorable Speaker, it might be a simple motion that just requesting for a caucus, but the implication for the long term, the 50 Eala, the 60 Eala, till the 100 Eala, till East Africa is alive, this caucus will be entrenched in our rules of procedure. So we're not too late. So, Honorable Speaker, I want to thank the members who contributed to this motion. And I want to start with the Honorable Pamela for standing in for me. Honorable Kim Guy, I want to assure him we'll do a formal communication to the chair of the legal committee to formalize this activity. I want to thank Honorable James Kakosa. I want to thank Honorable Wanjiko Muhia. I want to thank Honorable Magembe. I want to thank my name, Honorable Fatuma Dangiza. I want to thank Honorable Mary Mgenyi, Honorable Musamali, Honorable Odongo, who was my seconder of the motion, Honorable Francoise Umukisa, Honorable Oda, Honorable Abega, Honorable Ann Ito, the chair of the Eala Women Caucus, Honorable Rose Akol, the treasurer of the Women Caucus, Honorable Chris, Honorable Prime Minister and the acting council chair, Honorable Kadaga, for being the champion of women's agenda and leading today's discussion. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Did you mention Honorable Kim Guy also?
Yes.
Ah, very good. He was the first.
Yeah, he's the second in my list.
All right, thank you so much. Honorable members, I now put the question that this House do resolve to recognize the Women's Caucus of the Assembly as a forum for members of the Assembly to promote the full participation of women in the programs and activities of the community. Those in favor say aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it. Now, given the overwhelming support of this motion and the fact that this is merely a statement that we support it, but the legal base doesn't exist yet. What if we just did a single amendment in the rules? I know we have had a process of amending the rules, but which is not going fast for some reasons and for good reasons. But this one, we can choose to amend it in an accelerated process so that we get it done and we continue with our usual process that we already started of amending the rules. Is there a problem? Is there a problem if we did that? Yeah, so that we don't have to wait for that all-inclusive process of amending our rules, but just to have this forum in our rules, in a provision where we create committees. Is it a good idea? Yeah, so now I will ask the chair of legal committee to find a accelerated way that we can handle maybe in the next plenary to have this amendment done and the forum included in our rules. And I'm mindful about the issue of legal implications. We are not creating any budget here. We are just amending our rules to include a forum in a provision where we create committees. Just that. So anybody who has a problem with the budget can wait until.
Proposal, Mr. Chair. Mr. Speaker.
We are not yet there. Yes.
Proposal, Mr. Speaker.
Yes.
Mr. Speaker, it's this house that can refer that matter to the legal. So you can just refer it now so that the chair of legal can take it on and work it from there.
Yeah, I think I just did that. Huh? Yeah, I just referred it to the legal committee. But please, if you are going to create a cumbersome process around it, you will be fighting this motion. So I don't expect the committee to come to me asking for a sitting or no, please. It is a simple matter that we have overwhelmingly supported. What we can just do is a few hours of drafting. So don't create a situation where it is going to be a problem. It shouldn't be a problem. If in the next program we give you 1 hour, you can do a proper drafting and we just amend it. So please, the way we have supported it here, let that spirit continue when you sit as a committee. Yes. Now let us proceed.
We proceed to the next item, report of the Committee on Communication, Trade and Investment on the progress made in integrating the administrations of custom of the Republic of South Sudan into the EAC Customs Union by way of motion.
Yes, I think, my honorable members, the debate had started on this, right? The debate was open when you were adjourned. This is the time when I was not there, but I think, was the motion already proposed? Okay, now let me propose the motion that the report of the Committee on Communication, Trade and Investment on the progress made in the integration, in integrating the administrations of customs of the Republic of South Sudan into the EAC Customs Union be adopted. Debate is open. So let me be sure.
Clarification, Mr. Speaker. Clarification.
Yes, Honorable Mugeni.
When was this report read?
Honorable Chris, can you answer that?
No, it's from my recollection. And
Speaker, this was last week.
Yeah. Honorable Mary, the report was read. And we completed the reading of the report.
I did read it.
Yeah.
And the debate was open then.
Yes.
Since the minister was not there, it was just postponed until there's an official from South Sudan.
Yeah. So do you still have the copies of your? I hope you have. Yeah. So.
Clarification, Mr. Speaker.
Sorry?
Clarification.
Yes.
Mr. Speaker, before we proceed with the substantive debate of the motion, don't you consider it as it will be in order and proper, Mr. Speaker, if we get to know, and this House is informed, why had we not been having the opportunity to have an engagement with our colleague, the member of the council from the Republic of South Sudan, who has been absent since the time he took oath. He only appeared once, he took oath, and then he went away. And that had really caused, he was missing in action, and many issues relating to implementation of the integration and others relating to implementation of integration, specifically to that of the Republic of South Sudan, were being discussed about with his absence. And he's the legal representative of the state of the Republic of Sudan, Mr. Speaker.
Okay, first of all, let me ascertain whether the Honorable Minister is here, then I will deliver a message that I had intended to deliver. Is Juba connected? Honorable Minister, can you hear us? Not yet. I think it is muted. If you can unmute, Honorable Minister. Now I think you can hear me.
Hello?
Honorable Minister, you can hear me?
Yes, I can hear you, sir.
Yes. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon to you.
So, Honorable Minister, we have been having a challenge of your continuous absence in the sittings of the Assembly. And as a result, and maybe this was a trigger, but as a result, we have been having difficulties dealing with issues that require your personal input as the minister representing the Republic of South Sudan, but also I think the council members who attend our assembly and who are our members, I think they miss your input. So as a result of that, the assembly is offended. Is offended by the fact that although there can be a situation that you can be from time to time, just like it happens to all of us, inconvenienced, and in a day or two we are not able to attend, but when it becomes a norm that you are permanently not attending, then it makes the work of this assembly difficult. So I'm glad you are here today because we are about to discuss a very important subject that concerns the Republic of South Sudan, but also which concerns the entire community. And I hope that we will not have a situation where we don't see you in the assembly going forward.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker and colleagues and other members of Parliament.
Yeah, so the IT people can help you to be in a position where we can see you. Yes, I think in that position it is. It's okay.
You can see me now.
Yes, we can see you.
Okay. Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker, members of Parliament and colleagues, the Council. It's true, for some time I have not been present due to a number of issues that are facing my government, the Republic of South Sudan. But it's not intended, it's not intentional. South Sudan is already an integrated member of the community. Myself, I'm integrated, as you were saying yesterday. Maybe we need to integrate the minister. I'm already integrated into the East African community. Yesterday, I could not, because we had a meeting, a very important meeting with the Vice President. We had 2 cases in this country. We still have insecurity in a number of places. And I was chosen as one of the members who will try to reconcile 2 communities that are fighting right now as we speak. And this afternoon, I just finished from, we were in a meeting with the president and we were sworn in as a committee that should go and try to solve these problems between 2 communities and reconcile. So it wasn't intended. We are fully members of the East African community. Having said that, the issues that I don't know whether I talk about some of them, the community, custom union, and other issues, or maybe some of these issues could be raised by, or could come from the floor from some members of the of Eala.
Yes, Honorable Minister, we are going to debate the report. All we wanted was for you to be here and join the council members as we discuss the subject about your country. That's
Thank
all.
you.
And that
Thank you.
we are not asking too much. Otherwise, we are going to debate it, and you will be part of the conversation as a council member when that time comes, according to the rules of our debate.
Thank you.
Members, the debate is open, and I want to take the list of members who wanted to proceed. Honorable Gideon, Honorable Happiness, Honorable Dr. Ito, Honorable Thomas, Honorable Dongo, Honorable Kakoza, in that order.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker, for giving me this opportunity to express some remarks with regards to the report of the Committee on Communication, Trade and Investment. I have to declare that I'm an interested party. I am a member of the committee. Right Honorable Speaker, there are a few things I need to highlight in this August House. During our deliberations with the stakeholders in the Republic of South Sudan, it is worth mentioning that this report has been generated as a result of several directives and decisions of the council, and also directives from the summit. It makes it very important because it is a milestone report that is trying to indicate the status of South Sudan in terms of it being integrated into the regional community. Right Honorable Speaker, several issues came up, which I need to bring to the attention of the council through you, Right Honorable Speaker. One was that South Sudan had not been able to waive visas to the citizens of the Republic of Rwanda, the Republic of Burundi. This is overdue. This is something that the Republic of South Sudan need to do. And I know we have been in consultation with the Office of the Minister of East African Affairs from the Republic of South Sudan. I hope the honorable member, the minister, the honorable member of the council, the minister of the Republic of South Sudan for the Ministry of East African Community Affairs will be able to address the August House and pronounce himself on how best the country is handling that situation. Because for us as citizens of the Republic of South Sudan, despite the fact that we are diplomats and we have diplomatic passports, but to other citizens of the Republic of South Sudan who are entering the Republic of Rwanda and the Republic of Burundi, they are able to access those countries without requirement of visas. So we need the minister to communicate to the House what is the status of the approval of these visas to be waived from the citizens of our great republics of Burundi and Rwanda. Second, is that Right Honorable Speaker, it was very clear in our report, and it was a challenge, that South Sudan had initially requested for a grace period that came to expire in the year 2019, October. The status of that grace, of the extension, or whether this grace period need to be extended or not going to be extended, that South Sudan go fully for the implementation of the protocol, particularly the customs union, and followed by other protocols. It's something that is also in question. We need the minister through you, Right Honorable Speaker, to explain to the House what is the status. Is South Sudan going to request for a further extension, or South Sudan is comfortable to implement the protocols the way they are? Right Honorable Speaker, I need to emphasize something on the issues of the limited capacity of institutions and also persons and development of skills in South Sudan. Right Honorable Speaker, we encountered this that during our deliberation with the stakeholders in the Republic of South Sudan, that there is a limited capacity, whether institutionally or individuals, who are able to be able to implement the activities of the East African community in the Republic of South Sudan. In this regard, I urge the council, Right Honorable Speaker, through you, that there's a need to look into the allocation of resources for capacity building in the Republic of South Sudan. Why do I say so? South Sudanese would not be able to realize the integration or the importance of this integration if they are not participants. You cannot participate when you don't know what actually you are doing. You must be informed of what you are doing, the process that it undertakes to be done. Right Honorable Speaker, I remember when we were in Dodoma, we brought a motion that was moved by Honorable Odongo, and I was among the people who were behind that motion. That was a motion to address the EAC to participate in the peace process in South Sudan. We know the country, the Republic of South Sudan, has got a challenge of addressing other issues because the peace has become a top priority. Unless if the Republic of South Sudan has achieved peace, and then other programs, including economic, social, cultural programs that can be able to change the life of the people of South Sudan, are not going to be addressed. We cannot create economic, social, and cultural stability in an area where there is
Speaker. Thank you, Right. If you look the list of this report, Honorable Gideon is a part of the committee of the CTI. And what he's doing now is responding to his own report. I don't know how we can proceed that matter.
Well, when I note that the debate is progressing in a way that breaches the rules, I will step in. I haven't connected with that yet. Okay.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I'm actually just making emphasis of the areas that we have recorded and our concerns. So I am not going against the report. I am emphasizing areas that are reflected in the report. Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker, for protecting me from Honorable Kim Guy. Yes, Right Honorable Speaker, there's a need to allocate resources for capacity building, and also a strong coordination need to be there between the Secretariat and the Ministry of East African Affairs and other institutions in the Republic of South Sudan to be able to dispense these activities to benefit the people of South Sudan. We need, as an assembly and as a region, to be able to participate in engaging the stakeholders in the peace process in South Sudan, so that our activities that we design to be able to benefit the people of South Sudan are realized. Right Honorable Speaker, we also noted one thing, that Timea, the trademark East Africa, I think has withdrawn from South Sudan in a system which I will term as very unprocedural, and we need to know from the Minister of East African, of the Ministry of East African Affairs from the Republic of South Sudan about the status of the withdrawal of Timea, and if there was an engagement between the Timea and the ministry, and also through the council as a whole. I'm glad that the Secretary General is around. The manner in which Timea exits the construction of the one-stop border post on the other side of South Sudan in Nimule is something that is not clear. Right Honorable Speaker, we need, through you, the council, and particularly the Minister of EAC, of the Ministry of East African Community Affairs in the Republic of South Sudan, to inform the August House about the status of this. Thank you, Right Speaker. I support the report and I submit.
Thank you so much, Honorable Gideon. Honorable Happiness.
Women.
Yeah.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker, for giving me the opportunity to add my voice on this report. I would like to declare my interest that I'm a member of this committee, and also want to congratulate our chair committee for the well-presented report. Mr. Speaker, first, I would like to commend the Republic of South Sudan for joining some EAC initiatives before it became a full member. However, the implementation of custom union is a milestone because it will bring together efforts of having coordinated trade with other EAC partner states. Mr. Speaker, as the Republic of South Sudan is putting efforts and measures for peace in the country, other EAC partner states should continue supporting them in the process, because it is only with peace that the Republic of South Sudan will be able to pay attention to the integration initiatives, and a peaceful coexistence leads to growth of the region. Mr. Speaker, also I would like to congratulate the regional leadership at the Chair Council put it that for standing together with the Republic of Burundi in ensuring that the lifting of the sanction on that country is done. In the same vein, I appeal to the region to put effort together to make sure that whatever sanction the Republic of South Sudan is facing must be lifted, so that we can be able to move together as a bloc. Mr. Speaker, in our interaction, we were told that there are some projects that the World Bank was funding. And this were in line with the integration, but they pulled out, as well as Timea. I urge the Council of Ministers to find out what could be the real reason why the World Bank and Timea left the Republic of South Sudan. I beg to support. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Honorable Happiness. Honorable Dr. Ito.
Stop. Welcome.
Right, Honorable Speaker, I would like to thank you for the opportunity to contribute to this debate. And from the onset, I would like to declare my membership of the CTI. I support the report. Right, Honorable Speaker, I really want to appreciate the fact that this time around there's been a lot of reports on oversight activities presented to this August House. In my opinion, they're so good in terms of giving us opportunity to reflect where we are doing well and where we are not, and which way to move forward in order to improve. In the same vein, I want to take the report of the integration of Republic of South Sudan Customs Administration into the EAC. Because if we don't look back, even farmers, after a hard work day, before they go home, they turn around to see whether there is a grass standing or whether everything is done well or not. If not, they come back and clear so that they would count a day successful. Right, Honorable Speaker, the reason why I want to speak is that at the beginning, at the time when South Sudan became a member of the East African Community in 2016, there was a roadmap for integrating the Republic of South Sudan into the EAC. And at that time, the Republic of South Sudan negotiated for 3 years to enable them align their institutions, their policies, and laws so that it can operate effectively in the framework of the common customs and the common trade. Right, Honorable Speaker, the priority activities and projects of that roadmap can be found on the annex, and it clearly states what should be achieved within those 3 years. Right, Honorable Speaker, in order to implement that roadmap, there were a number of directives from the Council of Ministers. There were so many. There are 6 of them. And to my surprise and disappointment, when we went for an oversight on this activity and oversight activity, we did not find a single report, neither on the roadmap nor the 6 council directives to the Republic of South Sudan and to the Secretariat. Some have something to do with helping the Republic of South Sudan in drafting regulations and policies along the line of customs and trade, and others are about increasing funding. But we have not found any single report as to what happened. There was no report from the Republic of South Sudan. Thank God my colleague has asked the Minister of East African Affairs to explain to us what actually happened. But I think the same questions should go to the Secretariat and the Council. How can there be 6 directives? And after 3 years, there is nothing. The other area of my concern is that the Republic of South Sudan was newly admitted, there was a roadmap, but it took 2 years for the EAC to allocate some small amount of money for the implementation of the roadmap. It was 2018, 2019, after 2 years. And 3 years following that initial budget allocation, there has been none. For 3 years, there has been no budget allocation to support the implementation of the roadmap, despite the directives of the council. So really, for me, that is a concern. It can act, this report will act as a litmus paper to test the commitment and the efficiency of the EAC organs and institutions, not just in the case of South Sudan, but for any other thing that we commit ourselves to do. If there is no report, there is no funding, there is no checking, what does that mean? I think it's very, very important. I'm bringing this up because, like I said, we need to look at the way we do things. And if there is room for improvement, I think it's important that we look at them and improve them. Like my colleague said, when we went to the Republic of South Sudan, we found that there was serious constraints of the capacities of both the staff and the institutions, which are involved in the enforcement of the customs union. And I think there was a team from the Secretariat that went to the Republic of South Sudan. They have actually noticed there was a gap, but there was no attempt to address this issue. And the reason they gave was that there was no funds allocated for the implementation of the capacity building. Likewise, we found that there was very serious communication and coordination issues. There were some activities that are being undertaken by the Republic of South Sudan relating to customs, but the Secretariat has no idea as to what was going on, and whether there were relevant training or not, nobody went to check. So I think the issue of coordination and communication is so important, and it has to be checked. Now, I want to conclude by raising a very important issue. I know very well that before the Republic of South Sudan was admitted into the EAC, there was a report, there was an assessment that clearly indicated where South Sudan was doing well and where it was not doing well. I'm sure they have picked the issue of transitions, and issues of transitions normally circles around capacity and circles around security. And I feel that time has come for the East African community to accept that we are equal, but also there are some cases where it should stand up and be counted, especially in the issue of capacity, but also joining the Republic of South Sudan in addressing the issue of post-conflict reconstruction, peace building, and then conflict prevention. After all, the pillar of political federation has a very important department dealing with the issue of peace and security. For us to see a complete absence of EAC in the Republic of South Sudan when South Sudan is struggling with the implementation of peace agreement, we think it's very odd. It's very, very odd. We believe they should be there. Yes, the peace agreement was facilitated by IGAD, but South Sudan is a member of East African Community, and in the East African Community, we are supposed to be part of the community, and therefore all the programs of the East African Community should take into account what is going on in each of these partner states. Otherwise, this integration will be very irrelevant and it will never be achieved. So I beg, Honorable Speaker, those are issues that I thought are very, very important that I wanted to raise, and I beg to submit. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Dr. Ito. Honorable Dongo, and then Honorable Thomas.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker, for giving me the opportunity to debate this report. From the outset, let me state that I'm a member of this committee, and I had the opportunity to be part of the committee that engaged and had wide-ranging discussions with a cross-section of stakeholders in South Sudan. Right Honorable Speaker, I also want to thank the Minister for availing himself the opportunity to be here today to listen to this report, and most importantly for the commitment that he has made to the Assembly that he would be here to discharge his duties as a member of Council, but particularly also to advise the Assembly on matters of government, particularly the government of the Republic of South Sudan. It's important, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, first things first. Right Honorable Speaker, our community is described as private sector driven, people-centered, but Right Honorable Speaker, the politics cannot be discounted. Politics is the enabler of our integration. And unless we fix the politics, we may not be able to fix the private sector. And we are not even going to have any integration that reflects the will of the people. Therefore, it will not be people-centered. So we need to fix the politics. And how do we fix the politics, Right Honorable Speaker? First, we need political interest of the political leaders of South Sudan to this integration. And they have to begin to provide leadership. I want to see that the minister and the political leaders in South Sudan are able to constantly engage with the East African community and demonstrate their commitment to the regional integration, not only by their participation in all the programs that happen here, but also to constantly demand that is their right within the ambits of our treaty. Right Honorable Speaker, our integration is incomplete for as long as South Sudan is not part of it. I therefore urge the minister and the political leadership of South Sudan to get themselves plugged into this integration process and begin to engage constructively. I am happy that the Right Honorable Secretary General is in attendance. Right Honorable Secretary General, The Republic of South Sudan had requested for a grace period of 3 years ending 2019. And from 2019, there has not been any formal request from the Republic of South Sudan for the extension. And this House has not been furnished with a comprehensive report on where we are with the integration of South Sudan, not only with respect to customs, but broadly. Because when the Republic of South Sudan was applied and was admitted into the EAC, they had made very specific commitments on areas that would then facilitate our integration. For as long as we are not up to speed with some of the broad commitments by the Republic of South Sudan, it's going to be extremely difficult for the EAC to integrate the Republic of South Sudan. So it's a two-way traffic, Right Honorable Speaker, and it can be told by this report that there are wide-ranging areas of that require support for South Sudan to be integrated. There are legal issues, there are regulatory issues. The report is very clear that there are pending legal and regulatory frameworks that require to be aligned to the legal frameworks that exist in the Republic of South Sudan. South Sudan still operates under an Arabic legal system, and we are using the Commonwealth legal systems. Now, those really are at variance, and it can only be when there is a conversation and there is a deliberate effort from government of South Sudan for us to harmonize our existing legal frameworks with that of the Republic of South Sudan. We were told that the delay has been due to the delay to have the revitalized Transitional National Legislative Assembly. Honorable Speaker, it's in our interest as the community to see that there is peace in the Republic of South Sudan. This assembly has made a very powerful case for the community to be part of the peace process, and even sought council and summit to try and see how we as a community can be part of this process, because South Sudan is part of us, and indeed, as indicated by the Honorable Dr. Ito here, that we have a peace and security department, and I'm actually surprised that we do not have, within the broad framework of the integration of South Sudan, a component that deals with the support towards peace and security, which is really, really an essential ingredient in establishing an environment for our integration. Right Honorable Speaker, most of the issues here point to the fact that really there are two things: either that the Secretariat, from the reports we have received, that the Secretariat does not have, has not done quite a significant role in supporting the institutions in South Sudan. This, I had it with my own ears. They say that for the most part, the activities of the Secretariat are outside Juba, mainly in other partner states, even when they are meant to deal with matters of South Sudan. And it is in their interest that anything that would be with respect to integrating South Sudan could be done in the Republic of South Sudan. They fear that most of the meetings, most of the trainings are taking place outside South Sudan, let alone the fact that there is little resources that is being committed. And indeed, it is true that there was a small budget that had been earmarked for the integration of South Sudan. I think that this assembly should consider going forward supporting the Republic of South Sudan through our budgets, so that we can have the institutions that are very critical for our integration, particularly in the customs department, in terms of the systems, in terms of manpower, to be really scaled up to standard and be aligned to our existing systems of the EAC. The EAC has a tracking system. Unfortunately, South Sudan does not have. So you have a tracking system that supports revenue authorities of Kenya, Uganda, but when it gets to South Sudan, it's not there. This is important if we are to really have an integrated customs union. Honorable Speaker, I would wish that the council member and indeed our Secretary General should give priority. Really, they need to sit down and bring to this assembly a comprehensive status report on the integration of South Sudan, not only in areas of customs, but also in other areas that are critical for our integration, so that we can assess the levels of integration of South Sudan to the EAC. The challenges that we are seeing are a result of the weaknesses in our systems, in the institutions that are meant to facilitate the integration of South Sudan into the EAC. I beg to submit and I support the report.
Thank you, Honorable Odongo. Honorable Thomas.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker, for giving me this opportunity to contribute into these important reports. I'm going to be very brief. First of all, would want to thank the chair of the CTI committee for the report. This report of CTI captured so many issues, challenges. It is enriched with so many information. What I would want to start with is the peace in the Republic of South Sudan. Because peace determines all our aspects of development in the region. If South Sudan is not peaceful and is in the age of the implementation of the peace agreement, which is going on now, Republic of South Sudan needs support from the region in this sector. Because with peace in South Sudan, Republic of South Sudan will be able to contribute a lot into the integration. As one of my colleagues put it, that the Republic of South Sudan need to be helped because it is also faced with sanction. We have a long sanction which faces us as a country. So I would want to add my voice that also the EAC need to look into this because it's very important indeed. If we engage the whole world, I hope something can be achieved in that sector. The other things which I would want also to stress on is the capacity building. As my colleague George Odongo put it, there was no any good attention in this sector. And that is why the Republic of South Sudan still have weak institutions which are actually supposed to be the institution which can help us integrating the Republic of South Sudan. So resources are needed in these regards. I happened one day, somebody from Juba, he's a politician, he's one of the colleagues in the parliament, and he asked me a very serious question. The question was in the area of peace. He asked me, Honorable Thomas, you are there representing us, and some of the friend of the Republic of South Sudan as countries are supporting us. Why not the EAC, and we are already became a member of the East African community, and until today, there is no intervention from the EAC. So it was a big question, and which we need to look at it, and the Republic of South Sudan need the support of the region in that sector, because the country has all the potential. It has resources which can even help in upgrading our economy in the region. So really it is important that we need to invest in integrating the Republic of South Sudan. There was an appeal. I want to tell something about the extension of the period of the integration, which is supposed to help in integration of the Republic of South Sudan. I remember in 2020, February, when the summit met, one of the appeal made by the President of the Republic of South Sudan, he appealed for an extension. It was part of the issues discussed by the summit. But I don't know whether those was related to the Secretariat, so that the EAC is informed of that appeal, and a process was done at least to look into that, so that some resources are availed in regard to that extension, because with the extension is still, it needs to be supported by the resources. So I know the Minister of EAC is here, and he will also highlight on this, because he would want also to inform the House on in that regard. With these few remarks, I support the motion, and I end here. I submit, Honorable Speaker. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Thomas. Now I pick another list, Honorable Kim. Okay, Honorable Kim, proceed.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. And also let me welcome Honorable Dengalor Cole, Minister of EAC. We joined this plenary session after a long time. Sina has been sworn in. And also let me also thank my brother Christopher Andaya for bringing this important report to the House. Right on the Speaker, I go to a spot within this good 1 week that the chair of committee are giving us. It is very comprehensive report. But I highlight many things that have been referred by the committee, because the committee had made the stakeholder in Juba, which are the right people that to give us their feedback. One of it is, right now, the Speaker, is the issue of the roadmap on the question of the South Sudan. I think the minister will inform this House on how far the roadmap of integration of the Republic of South Sudan, because when we look in this report, the report does not have page, but I can see one of these issues is the issue of the custom union. And if you look about the custom union in the Republic of South Sudan, they have an issue. National NRA, which is South Sudan National Revenue Authority, and the custom department. The reports highlighted here, they say that the custom union, the custom department, it is under Minister of the Interior. And the Revenue Authority is an independent body which is also operated under Minister of Finance. And this issue of the two institutions, which is custom according to the custom union of the East African community, should be under revenue authority. And there are a lot of challenges under this Department of Custom in South Sudan, because if you are looking for the report also, you can see that the one-stop border post in Numili and Ilego, that the trademark and World Bank are left because according to the report that there are disputes that the members who are general are still in the building compound in the custom one-stop border post in Numili. So the government of South Sudan and through Minister of East African Community should inform this out and given the period that those two generals should be put out on the compound of the one-stop border post, so we can be able that the East African Trademark and World Bank come back again, because we still have a big project from Nadapal, one-stop border post from Nadapal, Kenya, and South Sudan, which is going to Juba, and also one-stop border post. So I think the minister should put his input that the one-stop border in Numili and Ilego that should be owned by the revenue authority as soon as possible. Other issue, I know, Speaker, in the roadmap, I remember in 2018 when we were in Nairobi, in May and June, the Council of Ministers are directed the Republic of South Sudan and the Republic of Rwanda that time to issue and frustrate the issue of the East African passport. And I am very happy that the Republic of Rwanda, within next 2 months, in August or September 2018, are start issue the East African passport. But seeing that 2018, the Republic of, until now, the Republic of South Sudan are not implemented the council decision. I hope the minister will give very good question to this, how that, why the Republic of South Sudan are not, for good 4 years until now, are not implement the council decision for the East African passport. Seeing the all member, Republic of Burundi, Republic of Rwanda, United Republic of Tanzania, Republic of Kenya, and the Republic of Uganda are issue the East African passport. So why South Sudan now, within the 4 years, are not issue the East African passport? And the same also going also until now also, the plaque of the EAC are not also are still, EAC and some also are still, all those are in the roadmap. One of the speaker, the minister should be able to inform that, because those things are the most issue that the community here are seeing South Sudan are not interested to the community. So if those simple things are not implemented by the Republic of South Sudan, how the other can see that South Sudan are fully integrated to the community? I hope the minister will answer, and even not just to answer, that the Council of Ministers also should frustrate and hide that the South Sudan should implement those roadmap issue. So right now, the speaker, with those few remarks, I will conclude that since the minister is here, and even this report also are indicate that there are lack of the fund for the secretariat also to integrate South Sudan, some institution to the community. See, now we are heading to the new budget of financial 2022 and 2023. I High Council also to provide the fund that the East African community can also build a good capacity building to the institution on the Republic of South Sudan. With this few remarks, Madam Speaker, I support the report.
Thank you very much, Honorable Kim Mugai. Next is Honorable Oda, then Honorable Claude.
Thank you, Right. Thank you so much, Right Honorable Speaker. I have few issues. Because I'm a member of this committee, I just wanted to stress on few areas. Right Honorable Speaker, one is on the roadmap of the integration of the South Sudan in the EAC. When we visited South Sudan, we were informed that the East African community through the Secretariat conducted an assessment on the roadmap, but unfortunately, the stakeholders in South Sudan were not given the feedback on the outcome of the assessment. So, Right Honorable Speaker, I wanted to ask the Council of Ministers why this assessment was not given back to the stakeholders so that the stakeholders in South Sudan can be able to implement some recommendations which was given by the Secretariat. Right Honorable Speaker, in that line also, I wanted to ask the Council of Ministers on how and what are the measures they think can be put in place to improve on this issue, because if the roadmap has been there, but I don't know if there is a mechanism of monitoring and evaluation, periodical reports, if the council receives their periodic reports to inform the council on the progress, so that they can be able to guide and advise and give direction on how best this can be done. And as far as we all know, and we are happy that the community is enlarging, and we are about to receive another country in the community, I think this could be a good opportunity to also reflect back and see where we are for the new countries which we integrate in this community. The second one, Right Honorable Speaker, is on the visa. Right Honorable Speaker, we were informed that South Sudan has waived the visa to all partner states of EAC except Rwanda and Burundi. As we are having the minister today, I wanted also to know what are the issues, so that we as members, we can also advocate if there are challenges to be able to, to make sure that all these two countries also are going to benefit on this waiver fee. And the last, Right Honorable Speaker, I think today, as we are having a minister from South Sudan, we cannot end our debate without asking him to give us an update on the contributions to this community. This is a commitment, and as we have been following up on the issues on this roadmap, most of the issues have challenges because of budget. And we know very well that in the budgets we rely on comes from the partner states and also from donors. And we were informed, Right Honorable Speaker, that most of the donors have, are not there anymore to support our brothers and sisters in South Sudan. Right Honorable Speaker, I think it is fair that when we enjoy the opportunities and benefits of this community, we also have a responsibility to take responsibility in contributing and be part of improving the well-being of citizens of this community. So, Right Honorable Speaker, without taking much of your time, I thought it is very important, because this is one of the areas we have been talking about. We are not going to be fair. We don't ask, the Honorable Minister present to give us at least the update and the promise, and of course, action on how the contributions by South Sudan is going to reach the community, to help also the Secretariat to implement this roadmap of integrating South Sudan, but also not only South Sudan, but also support other activities within the region. I submit, Right Honorable Speaker, and thank you so much. And I appreciate that the minister is here. Thank you so much, Right Honorable.
Thank you, Honorable Order. Honorable Claude.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to say also that I'm a member of this Committee on Communication, Trade and Investment. I just want to emphasize on two things and need clarification from the minister present, the Minister of South Sudan. But before that, I want to add a small addition on the issue of visa. I remember recently there were also issues of visa fees on the side of Kenya, where Kenyans were charged visa fees, but that was rectified by ONRIS. And that was rectified. So now the issue of Rwanda and the Burundi, the South Sudanese, they don't pay visa fees when they are going to Burundi and Rwanda, but Rwandans and the Burundians, when they go to South Sudan, they are charged visa fees, and it is against the provisions of Common Market Protocol, and we cannot analyze or implement the customs union provisions in isolation with the movement of people, because they are the ones doing the business. Honorable Speaker, there are 2 points which I wanted to emphasize on. The first one is about South Sudan not having the system, customs system, which is connected with the other systems which other partner states are using. Like now, Tanzania, United Republic of Tanzania is using TANSYS. Rwanda, Burundi, and Uganda, they use ASCUDA. And the Kenya, they have changed. It's no longer SIMBA, but they are using other system, customs system. And those systems, they allow imports and exports whenever they arrive at the port of entry. They can be partner states.
Yeah. May I know if there is any member standing in for Honorable Chris? Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So South Sudan, when they were there, the South Sudan were informed that they don't have this system, which is even if they don't have this system in place, which means they are not connected to other systems in place, which are used by other partner states. So the second point, with that, I wanted also to know from the minister, what are they doing in order to have the system in place and also be able to connect it with other systems which other partner states are using. So the second point, which is even the last, Honorable Speaker, it is about the common external tariffs. The tariffs which are used in South Sudan are totally different from the common external tariffs that we use in the EAC. Actually, they are using low tariffs compared to the common external tariffs that we are having in the region, and that can affect trade in East African community, because people can smuggle things they use there. They take them through South Sudan and they arrive in the East African community market, which can also distort the competition with the locally produced products. So I wanted to know now that recently that East African community was reviewing the common external tariff. Have they participated? Has South Sudan participated in the review of common external tariffs? What are the steps are they making in order also to apply the same common external tariffs? Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I support the report.
Thank you, Honorable Claude. Honorable Leontine, is it on a debate? But are you the one standing in for chair? So who is standing in for chair? So he exited the chamber without asking anyone to stand in for him. Yeah, but the debate is continuing in his absence. So how is he going to respond on issues when he's not there? He should have a stamina like mine. Try to. Okay. So Honorable Kim, can you take notes for him until he comes back? So Honorable Leontine, then Honorable Fancy.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. Thank you very much for giving me this opportunity to add my voice on this debate. Mine is a general observation. Unfortunately, at that time, I wasn't able to go to South Sudan, but I followed the meeting, which I participated in meetings which followed the visit to South Sudan. As a general observation, I can see that the Republic of South Sudan is not really committed to the integration within the East African community. It's not the first priority. And this can even be proved by the lack of, should I say lack or delayed in remittances. Now that the minister is here, I would like to ask, Honorable Minister, would you please tell us when will you at least remit for this financial year? Because many of our activities are about to stop because of lack of remittances. Now you have arrears which amount to, I don't know the amount, whether it's 39,000, 39 millions. If this year, financial year finished, and we start the next financial year, it will be a very big amount of money. So, Honorable Minister, will you please tell us when are you expecting to remit your contribution? Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Dontin. Honorable Fancy.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker, for giving me a chance also to contribute on this a report on CTI. First of all, I would like to at least congratulate the Minister of South Sudan for appearing finally in this assembly, because we have been waiting for him for so long. We have so many pending issues concerning South Sudan. At least today, he will be able to hear our cries and at least giving us some of the answers, if not all. Right Honorable Speaker, my general observation is not very far from Honorable Leontine. We understand in this parliament, we have 9 members from South Sudan. I heard that Secretariat on the list of employment, they have put aside 11 positions just for South Sudan. But all of these members of parliament and those 11 who are going to be members of staff require salaries, allowances, and everything. This assembly, this community, and its institution work on the remittances. If I remember correctly, South Sudan have remitted. I'm not sure if we contribute, we put together all the money that they have sent to EAC can be money for one financial year. I'm not sure if it can be 8 million or something. I'm not sure. So I would like to know from him, when are they going to remit? I remember there was one time we even asked if at all they think they are having trouble or difficulties in finances, they can ask other partner states, because we are living here as brothers and sisters. Helping each other is our common habit. So we would like to know, when are they going to remit? Because I'm not sure if we are going to have finances for the next plenary, which is the budget plenary. Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker.
Okay, so Honorable Chris, when you were away for a brief moment, I think Honorable Kim, he was supposed to be taking notes for you, but I am not sure he briefed you. But before you come, I think I have skipped a step. The council, and by the council, I mean all ministers around, because according to the procedure of this house, we put questions to the council.
and not to specific ministers. So, but when the council is responding, we don't dictate who among the council shall respond. So the council should respond to the issues that have been raised.
Be the speaker.
Honorable Speaker, unfortunately, I'm not well briefed on the many of the issues raised today, but since we have the Minister for South Sudan, I believe you can enlighten us on many of the issues that touch that country. But for others, I'll pass on to the council when we meet.
So, Honorable Minister from South Sudan.
Right Honorable Speaker.
Yes.
Right Honorable Speaker.
Sorry? Is it the Secretary General?
Yes, Right Honorable Speaker.
Okay, the Secretary General first, then the Honorable Minister will follow. The Secretary General.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. And let me start by first and foremost congratulating you and indeed the committee of CTI for this very important report on integrating Republic of South Sudan into the community. Right Honorable Speaker, you recall very well during our first days when I joined, you yourself joined into the mission to the Republic of South Sudan. And one of the commitments we gave to His Excellency, the President, is that we will commit to ensuring that the Republic of South Sudan is integrated into the EAC. And therefore, Right Honorable Speaker, I want to thank you because you've been able to meet the part of your deal by through the committee having this report done. And I think this will form a basis of trying to see on how to intervene. Secondly, Right Honorable Speaker, as you know, obviously integrating a partner state into a community is a process. And I true that indeed it also requires resources. And this is something we've been grappling with the consultations with the council, but also we have been into a situation of fundraising from our development partners so that we can have our partner states fully integrated. I can assure you, there are so many other East Africans out there from all the partner states that would want to know what is happening at the EAC. But my commitment from the Secretariat is that we are doing what we can and to our level based to ensure that all the citizens of East Africa across all the partner states as much as possible participate and get informed on what is happening. Just to let you know some of the programs, like the one on Trademark East Africa, and to assure you that Trademark East Africa were working on the Nimule Lengu border, border post, OSBP, and to some extent, almost 98% it is complete. But when there were some circumstances in South Sudan, then that project was taken to Uganda, Republic of Uganda, but the program is still alive, and we're still following up with the Trademark East Africa to ensure that this one is complete. As we speak, the Right Honorable Speaker, and I think it's important for you to know and members to know, there is a current program. We have signed a donor support with African Development Bank, FDB, and we are working with the Central Bank of Republic of South Sudan in Juba. One, to build the capacity of the staff, and two, to develop their payment system. So we are working closely with them, and the project is there to the tune of $4 million US, and that one is running. But secondly, we have also supported a National Statistics Office by putting in place some scholarships programs, master's program, to build the capacity of the staff within the National Statistics Office. But also we have sent a number of experts from other partner states to go and support South Sudan. So I want to just bring that to attention. And as you may know, and I'm sure the minister could be speaking at some point, there are some national initiatives that even the ministry is working. I'm aware that at some point during the month of March, they have invited the Secretariat, the Secretary General, where I think is a very high level activity to integrate the people. So I want to encourage the members of Eala from the Republic of South Sudan, and indeed all of them, as we do this, as we try to fit within the resources, continuous capacity awareness and creation of awareness amongst the citizens, I think is something that it may require some minimal resources, but you can use it to working closely with the Ministry of EAC. So my commitment is that we are alive to the fact that it's important that we bring integrate the Republic of South Sudan. And as rightly note that during the last Council of Ministers, yes, it is true affirmative action was taken to support the Republic of South Sudan by having some slots within the Secretariat to have the people of Republic of South Sudan, in the Secretariat. And this is something we are still committed to do. And therefore, this is something that will be continuous. I wanted to thank you and thank the Minister of Republic of South Sudan for his presence, and also the Undersecretary of the Republic of South Sudan, Ms. Andrea, who has been consistently and very committed, honestly, to the cause of integration. And I want to fully assure them, through him, we have been working closely and most of the things have been made very easier. I want to thank you, and I want to appreciate the report done by the Committee of CTI. I thank you, Right Honorable Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Secretary General, for your comments. Now, Honorable Minister.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. First, I would like to express my thanks and my appreciation for the debate and the report. There are a number of things that came in the report and that have been addressed by a number of honorable members of the community. The issue of visa for Rwanda and Burundi, in fact, the delay was a result of bureaucracy. It was resolved some time back. And this morning I was talking to the Minister of Interior, and I asked them what happened. Because South Sudanese traveled to Rwanda and Burundi without visas, and why are we reciprocating? The decision was taken some time back. They went through the files and they apologized to me, and they said a decision, they took a decision a long time ago, but it delayed because of bureaucracy, and they promised that the letter is going to be written tomorrow, so that they confirm that for Burundi and Rwanda, the visa issue is resolved. So it is again an issue of capacity. There is no any explanation. Decision was taken some time back, and it's just stayed there until this morning. So we apologize to our brothers and sisters in Rwanda and Burundi for this delay. The issue of other issues are issues of capacity and issues of security in South Sudan. The issue of capacity, we really need it. We came from a system. One honorable member mentioned that we use, some of us, maybe we use Sudanese or Arabic system or Sudanese policies. We use like the issue of the Ministry of Finance, this conflict between finance and interior. It is resolved, and I think very soon the issue of The issue of the revenue between the two ministries, I think is resolved. This is according to our law. You know, we have two ministries that are handling this issue, the Ministry of Finance and the issue of Interior. And this has been resolved because this is how it was in Sudan when it comes to revenue. Revenue in Sudan is handled by two ministries. It's handled by the Ministry of Interior and the Ministry of Finance. But now we agreed that this issue be handled only by the Ministry of Finance. So very soon, the issue of revenue is going to be resolved, and it is only, just like here, in other parts of East African region, it is only the Ministry of Finance that will handle the issue of revenue. There were issues related to trademark East Africa. It's working. It has not left South Sudan. It has been able to train up to 2,000 people along the borders. They are also active now, right as I speak now, somewhere in Nimuli, trying to train South Sudanese there. The issue of roadmap, the way it was discussed, the way it was presented and discussed, was very, 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 very good. And the roadmap, I think, needs to be implemented. We have our part as the government of South Sudan, and the Secretariat has its own part. And I think both of us need to revisit this roadmap and try to see what we should do, what we didn't do, and what we should also do, and what the Secretariat did and what we couldn't do. So I think we need to revisit that and see, because there are shortcomings from both of us, from us as the government of South Sudan and the Secretariat. It is a roadmap. If it is fully, implemented, most of these issues would be addressed. The big issue in South Sudan is the issue of peace. We have just formed a new parliament, and this new parliament is going to discuss and implement the peace agreement. That's still a problem for us, which is impeding a lot of things in South Sudan. But I think we are going to go ahead with the implementation of the peace agreement. Most of the areas I think are agreed, and I think we'll be able to implement. And also, since we have formed the parliament, all the legal issues are being now prepared to be taken to parliament. Issues connected, and I agree with many of you, or those who have raised the issues of our contribution, financial contribution to the East African community, because East African community is run by member states, and we have been far behind in meeting our commitment to our community. We have just presented to Parliament a budget that includes all the things that you have raised. The 39 million that we are supposed to pay to the East African community. And it is not only East African community, it is even other regional organizations that we are members. Whether it is IGAD, whether it is the African Union, we have not been able to meet our commitments there. But now we have decided we have come together, my ministry and the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, and we have come up with a budget to address these issues to our parliament. And I think very soon the parliament is going to come to give us a feedback, because the parliament is debating or is going to debate our budget. The budget was presented to parliament, I think 2 or 3 weeks ago. And with the budget, I think we'll be able to overcome some of these problems, some of these regional commitments to our regional organizations. South Sudan needs capacity, and this is a very important area. We need capacity, whether it is institutional or individual, capacity building. And I appeal to our community to support us, support South Sudan in the capacity building, because most of these things, even if we had the funds, if we had the money, money can only be handled and policies can only be implemented by a well-trained and a well-equipped human resource. And I think we will need capacity both in building our human resource and capacity also in our institutions. We are also trying to now to harmonize our laws, since we have put up, or we have agreed on a parliament, and the parliament is up and running as I speak. We are trying now to ask the parliament to harmonize the laws, our domestic laws and the East African laws. We have to harmonize them so that we have one law. There are 2 different laws now that we are dealing with. The laws that are the East African laws that we are supposed to domesticate it, and the laws, other laws from that we came up with us from South Sudan sometimes back. So since we are members of the East African community, we have started to try to domesticate the laws of East Africa into our system. And Parliament, I think, is going to help us in this very soon. And so I promise that our laws are going to change and harmonize with the laws of the region, all the countries, all the members of the East African community. It's just a matter of time. We have just started, and I think the laws will be more or less the same laws that are in Tanzania or Uganda or Kenya or anywhere in East Africa would be the same with our laws, because we have started the process of harmonization and domestication of the laws. So generally, we also need East African community to help us in implementation of our peace. There are so many areas where they can help us. We negotiated the peace agreement. We have some difficulties in certain areas. So I think it is important for East Africa. Maybe we will also discuss this in the council. We'll identify areas where we need our community to support the people of South Sudan. Still need to be supported so that we implement the agreement. There are areas where there are still disagreements and we will need our region to help us. There are areas where we have started the implementation, but we need also to be pushed by our brothers and sisters in the community, because South Sudan has suffered for a very long time from internal insecurity. The wars now have reduced, but it is political, and I think we can be assisted there. We need your support in the implementation of the peace agreement that we are implementing now. And I think we will discuss this. I would brief my friends, my colleagues in the council about the areas where we need the intervention of our region, East African community. We are committed, as I said before, the government of South Sudan and the people of South Sudan are very much committed to East African community. We need to demonstrate this through our action. We, as a ministry now in South Sudan, East African Community Ministry, we are trying to carry out awareness all over the country about East African Community, the gains that the people of South Sudan are getting and will continue to gain from the East African Community. I remember some times back, 2016, we were in Rwanda. I was foreign minister by then, and the African Union came up with one passport for Africa, and it was a big thing. They came up with two, one for head of state and one for. And I think the first person who got this diplomatic passport, an African passport, was the late President Idris Deby. And he was really very, very, very happy. He said that was the first time for him to feel that he was a true African that could travel, move all over Africa without a visa. We want to do this at our level, at the level of the East African community. Even this visa issue, we could overcome by adopting one passport for all of us. I think a decision has been taken there. It is the implementation of this that we need. We were discussing this in South Sudan. How do we implement this one passport for East Africa region? And I think we have discussed this, and we are going we are moving to the practicalities of it. How do we do it? And I think very soon we will also notify the Secretariat about the steps that we are taking. I want to tell you, this is to show all of you our commitment to this region. It is not because South Sudan has second thought about its membership in the East African community, but it is because of the problems and the issues that we are facing, issues of capacity, issues of peace, issues of issues of commitment. So we, as I said, we are committed, and we will continue. We will work with you, and we will implement. I was saying we need to have a report, a copy of this report, because it's a very good report that gives South Sudan part of our responsibilities, what we need to do, and it gives also the Secretariat what the Secretariat is supposed to do, so that both the Secretariat and the Republic of South Sudan complete the implementation of this report. The report is not difficult. The report is very clear, and we just need to move and implement the issues that have come in the report. And I want to assure everybody that we are going to implement. It is true we have been having problems, but I think we have started now. Our parliament now is in session, and we are implementing the agreement. The small issues that are not resolved are going to be resolved. So what has been impeding us is the lack of the implementation of the peace agreement. But since now we have started implementing the peace agreement, I think we will be able to play our rightful part in this community. South Sudan, because there's a lot of talk about financial contribution. I agree with some people who say South Sudan is not a poor country, which is true. We are not a poor country. But the war had affected our capacity, financial capacity. And now we are coming out of it. I think South Sudan is going to be an equal player and partner in this region. We need to build our region. We need to improve to our people that East African community is a viable one, and East African community is the only way for us to go. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. Honorable Chair, brief.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. First of all, before I thank those who contributed, also I have some few remarks. Honorable Speaker, I led the team to Juba, and what I saw there, all my colleagues will be my witness. South Sudanese, ordinary South Sudanese are yearning to be part of this community. You could see the courage the stakeholders they have. They know the importance of being in this community. And if you move around the market in Juba, you see the East Africans who are in South Sudan. You see the opportunity to the East Africans. Now, the problem lies with the leadership. All we want to ask the leadership of this community. When I talk leadership, is starting from Secretariat. Why? Secretariat, we should have been together with staff from Secretariat, but when I arrived there, none was there. Then when we arrived in South Sudan, we met, well, not all the stakeholders. Actually, the most important stakeholders we're supposed to meet, they were from customs department, they were there, immigration were not there. So those are the key stakeholders whom we wanted to be there so that we can know what is really happening in South Sudan. Because this is our brother, let me say, this is our sister country. Sorry to use a country as always a sister. So, right now, Speaker, as a CTI committee, we are requesting this House, if it's possible, to give us more activity to sensitize that nation, because what needed there is a sensitization, not from bottom, from top to bottom. No, from top to bottom, because bottom seems to understand the importance of integration than the top. If the top is well sensitized, this issue of remittance will not be there. I'm one of the members who believe that South Sudan has capacity to clear all this, even to sponsor EAC for 10 years. Right now, Speaker, I would like also to request this House to give us a power to summon some of this technocrat from Secretariat, because are the people who understand very well the technical work needed to be done in South Sudan. Because when we were there, the stakeholders were blaming Secretariat. And where we did not have a defense because Secretariat staff who were supposed to be there were not there. Honorable Speaker, this is the observation I made in South Sudan. What is needed is a sensitization and a commitment from the leadership. With that few remarks, let me thank Honorable Gideon, Honorable Anna Ito, Honorable Happiness Rugiko, Honorable George Dongo, Honorable Thomas Jute, Honorable Kim Guy, Honorable Leontina Nzeimana, Honorable Fancy Nkui, Honorable Odaga Sinzirwa, Honorable Jean-Claude Barimuyawa, Honorable Dr. Peter Matuki, and Honorable Minister Deng Alo. And our acting chair, Right Honorable Kadaka Rebecca. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Honorable members, I now put to the question that the report of the Committee on Communication, Trade and Investments on the progress made in integrating the administrations of customs of the Republic of South Sudan into the microphone is into the EAC Customs Union be adopted. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it.
Which one
Is the microphone going through?
is it? This is the report.
Okay. Is it okay? Thank you, honorable members, and thank you, members of the council and the Secretary General, the committee under the leadership of Honorable Chris. I think what is important in this whole process is for all of us to be together and be part of the conversation. Yes, the intervention by the minister has been very informative, and we wish we had it all the time. That's all we're asking about. Let everyone be part of the conversation so that we can own problems together. But one side of the story or the opinion is missing, then it becomes difficult for us to proceed. So I think from now on, we want to face the challenges that we have been facing. Honorable members, before I adjourn, some of the members have been advising me through the notes they are sending me. We know there are activities that we are expecting in the coming days to do with the budget and the audited accounts, the supplementary budget, I mean. So I'm assured by the Secretariat and the CTC that these two will be availed in time. And the council is planning to convene soon to do their part. So the Committee on Accounts, I'm assured, shouldn't be concerned on any possible delay. Can it be confirmed on record, the Honorable Chair, that we shall have the we shall be able to consider the supplementary budget and the audited accounts in time. And the budget, SG, can you help?
Which one before?
Honorable SG. But why should we even assume that they will not be?
Right, Honorable Speaker.
They will be there. And we shall follow the program as we have it.
Clarification.
Yes.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Thank you for giving me this opportunity. I just wanted to seek further clarification. You've talked about the supplementary budget and the audited accounts. But in June, our last sitting is from 15th May to mid-June. And yet, according to our Budget Act, Council is supposed to lay on table the budget estimates for financial year 2022-2023. And these are supposed to be considered in that final sitting of 15th May to June. Now that we don't have a sitting in April, this should be an item that we could also be seeking clarification as to when it could be perhaps laid before you in your office for further transmission to the committee. Right, Honorable Speaker, thank you.
Yes, I think the deadline is normally 30th of April. And I'm assured that it will be availed within this deadline. Now, how we are going to go about it, let us handle administratively. Administratively, as a commission, when we sit, we shall know how to deal with the situation. Is it clear? Yes. And I know the commission has an activity to perform as soon as possible, and it should include this discussion. We are doing some efforts to invite some of the people that we think we may need in that activity. But even if we are not successful, still we shall be able to find a way to communicate. And we'll make sure that we do not inconvenience any activity, and we shall perform all of them within the right time. Yes, within the right time. So on that note, I want to thank you, honorable members. I think we have transacted very serious business in this, during this plenary, despite small hitches that are part of the process. But overall, we have done a very good job. And the media, you know, we hope you do justice to your presence here. Pick these reports, inform the people of East Africa. Don't be sensationalist in your reporting. Don't wait for the incident. Just deal with the content of the reports. Because most of the time I see, you know, a bit of excitement about incidents. But the reason we invite the media here is for them to deal with the substantive issues that we give you in the reports we prepare, and you have them. So take time, read, inform the people of East Africa, and that's the best way we spend their tax when we bring you here. You know, yeah, incidents can be talked about, but that's not the priority. So for those who are staying around, wish you a good stay, and those who are traveling, bon voyage. And the activities you are going to perform through the committees, all the best. I adjourn the House sine die.
Nataka unipige mzuri ya kuweka kwa Facebook. Yani kama ile nilikuwa na contribute. So mimi nasema this South Sudan should make the payment. They shouldn't be promising and promising all the time, saying they will pay. Umetuma, hebu nione.